Go. You go? No? What's up? What's up, fight fans? And we are back at it with another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I'm always your host, Edwin. Where the wall fights start. Round one. Just in case you didn't hear my sound effects, I'm still breaking down the studio and what my interface can do and what connects to what. So bear with me. But if you're tuning in, let me know if you heard any of the sound effects and how do I sound on the mic. Um, we have a lot to break down here with this fight week coming up right now. You know, Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis versus Jermaine Ortiz is the topic today. This is what I want to talk about. I want to know what you guys think about both these fights. Who has the most to lose? Who has the most to gain? Who you see winning this fight? How? Why? Why are you picking this guy? And this is the topic today here at Round One Sports TV. We're going to be breaking down these two fights right here. What do you guys think about all these fighters? And that's going to be the topic of discussion today. We also will float around. You got the Virgil Ortiz lawsuit being handed out to Golden Boy, which is making headlines. So I understand that. And we have a couple things that we can talk about in between time here and there. But the main focus of discussion today are these fighters right here. So tune in, grab your coffee, let's lock in, and let me know what you think about this fight. Let's get right into this episode. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, become a Round One Sports Talk member, and let's hop right into this episode. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yo, let's see. I can't even get you guys up on the screen yet. Hold on. All right. How you guys doing out there today? Me? I'm snowed in. I'm slowly getting snowed in right now. Yo, I mean, I woke up this morning, there was no snow on the ground. So, and I want to apologize for last night. Golden Boy kicked off a fight card I was going to go on at 7:30, and I said to myself, let me go lay down for a minute, right? So I got in the bed, scoot, 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 scoot under the, and then all of a sudden the pillow just knocked me out. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, like ready to go on live. Like, what time is it? What time is it? Yo, it must have been all working until like 2 o'clock in the morning, building the studio, that I think it all caught up to me. And I was just like, let me just go get a little nap, little hour or two, and I went out cold. So I missed the entire last card there, Golden Boys card there. Um, but I got to go back and I got to watch that. So we'll talk about that in a little bit or whatever down the road. But right now, I want to talk about Keyshawn Davis and his return back to the ring with Jermaine Ortiz. So let's break down the co-main event first. Okay. Jermaine Ortiz is a young man, a fighter. He comes from Worcester, Massachusetts. He was born and raised in Worcester, Massachusetts. Jermaine Ortiz, his parents, his mother's Dominican and his father's Puerto Rican. Jermaine Ortiz started boxing at a very, very young age. He first started boxing in the boys' club under the tutelage of Carlos Garcia. He's a well-known coach in Worcester, working with the boys club for many, many years. He also uh, brought a world champion, Carlos Garcia, in Jose Rivera, which he'll be coming into this story in a bit. So remember the name. So Jermaine Ortiz, he came up in the streets of Worcester. He had his little run ins here and there. He found his passion for the sport of boxing and he stuck with it. It was something that he knew very early that this was for him. Boxing was for Jermaine Ortiz. Jermaine Ortiz entered a lot of amateur events and he won his fair share. Soon he wanted to go pro, and the decision was made to go pro. In the beginning, Jermaine Ortiz came up with a small promotional group in Rivera Promotions. Rivera Promotions took him all the way to Jimmy. Uh, what's his name there? Uh, Jimmy Birchfield. Jimmy is a promoter that started promoting Jermaine Ortiz's fights. Jimmy later on brought Ortiz to Top Rank, right? And that where Jermaine Ortiz got some of his biggest fights from being with Top Rank. He got the Teofimo Lopez fight, he got the Loma fight there. So Jermaine Ortiz has slowly made his way up through the divisions. He's been in some very tough fights and he has been battle tested. He's been in the ring with champions like Vasily, like Teofimo Lopez, real world champions, and Jermaine, he showed his pedigree in these fights. Although at the time he was fairly young in his boxing career, he did come out of there with a life lesson: never leave it in the hands of the judges. When I spoke to Jermaine Ortiz, that was the first thing he said to me. I won't leave it in the hands of the judges anymore. And with that fire burning inside of that, and the intensity, the way he told me that when he was looking at me, I know that he knows that it's do or die. You're standing in my way from me becoming a world champion. And Keyshawn Davis, he believes and he feels that he would have never took this fight against him. It was either him or no one else, or he would not be fighting on this card. So Keyshawn Davis signed up. He says, Keyshawn Davis comes from Norfolk, Virginia, and him and his brothers uh, share the sport of boxing. Keyshawn Davis was brought up by his mother and a very tough childhood in Norfolk. Keyshawn Davis entered the gym one day, like he said in his interview, that his mom played him a boxing match and him and his brothers were engaged. They quickly fell in love with the sport of boxing. Keyshawn entered the gym and never left since then. He has been tested through the amateurs. He has a great amateur background, and Keyshawn Davis came out. He suffered losses in the amateur to fighters like Edwin Delos, Andy Cruz, but remarkably he still had a great amateur background. Keyshawn Davis came into the pros and exploded basically overnight. When you look at a fighter like Keyshawn Davis, right, you can already see that, it's not his extensive record. For God's sakes, the guy only has 13 fights with 9 knockouts. He has like a 69% knockout ratio. So he really has like that it factor. But the fact that Keyshawn Davis became a world champion and the way he did it when his opponent Lemos came in over 6 pounds overweight, and the way he knocked him out, right? So that that kind of like, well, he won the belt against Daniel, right? He won the belt against him. But the way he beat Lemos was something, because Lemos fought Richard Hitchens and he went 12 rounds with him. Now, Keyshawn put that man down, what was it, 3 times in the second round, was it? He put him down 3 times. So when you think about Keyshawn Davis, you got to be careful, right? I know that Ortiz has the more well-known names between them, right? But you got to be careful because Lemos right now, right? If you look at Lemos's record, who's he fighting right now? Adam Azim. He's scheduled to fight Adam, right? But Lemos has been in there with Richard Hinch is a world champion. Keyshawn Davis was a world champion, right? This kid Adam, right? I think he might be a future world champion. So careful with Keyshawn's record. It's a little like misleading, right? Because the guys he actually fought are pretty decent. And some of them are a little above that. Now, okay, the Pedraza, I can't really say, all right, I gotta give him credit for that. I gotta give Keyshawn credit for that. You have to give him credit for that. You have to, no matter what. I think that Keyshawn's greatest win, okay, Dennis Berinchek was the champion, but Dennis's style never sold me on that. I always felt like Keyshawn was way in that fight. I felt like it was a one-sided fight. Like, although Berinchek was the champion for Ukraine over there, right? They looked like a skill gap. It looked like Keyshawn was the champion in the ring. He dusted him off so fast, Keyshawn, that I think it threw some people back, actually, to tell you the truth. But we kind of like knew that, but Keyshawn had to prove it. Once he did it, everybody was like, yup, he's him. He's him. Like, you know what I mean? On that type shit. So, I think the Lemos win is a stronger win, because the fact that Richard Hitchens is the IBF champion in the above weight division, 140, and he had a lot of problems with the man. So it kind of validates the ass whooping that Keyshawn put on him. And the second round, he dropped him 3 times in the second round. So that's what I mean. And then Jose Pedraza, that win. Now, the Albright win, right? Well, technically, holy shit. If you really think about it, the Davises don't got no wins over Albright. Truth be told. Yeah, I mean, well, if we're going by the truth, I know what the fight looked like with Albright versus Keyshawn Davis, but according to the record books, that's a no contest. And it's a no contest. And then the other brother, what's his name? Calvin Davis. He fought Albright and lost. So Albright is winning against the Davis family by himself. By himself. They don't got no wins over Albright, technically. Even though Keyshawn won that fight, it doesn't matter what the record books. It says no contest. You didn't beat him. So he's 1 and no contest against your family. What you guys are 0 against Albright. Tell you the truth. That's fucked up because Keyshawn should be getting that. They should be like 1-1 against whatever, but it's not gonna go down like that. The truth is, now you guys got no wins on Albright. Yeah. So, but that's just a separate thing. But Keyshawn will whoop his ass, Albright's ass. Yes, he will. Keyshawn will bust his ass. All right. So let me get your chats up. I can't even see not one of you in the chat. I gotta get you guys' chats up. This shit is it's not me. It's the Restream, the company. I guess they're having a something wrong with it, and I haven't been able to see. So what's up to everybody in the chat? Man, God damn, that sound loud in my ears. I try to put some sound effects, throw them in there every now and then. I'm just throwing anything in there right now just to see if I hear it later. Hold on. I gotta get you guys up and we gotta talk. We gotta talk. Hold up. Okay. Where's my video? I can do it this way too. I can bring up the YouTube channel on my side here and get your. All right, good. No chats. Oh, I learned something. I don't hear the sound effects. Damn! You don't hear the sound effects? Bro, I tried. What is it? What button is it? Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to press that button right there and I'm going to press the clapping right now. All right, I'm pressing that. Hold up. It didn't work. It didn't work. Every damn tutorial that I've ever watched on this, let me press that. Every tutorial I watched on this thing, it doesn't show me how to connect it. It just keeps saying, "Hey, this is the greatest thing." That's I'm like, bro, show me how to connect the sound deck to it. I keep typing it and it doesn't. Nobody is ever freaking. And do you hear my mic now with that button? I pressed that other button to see if it cuts off my voice. I don't hear it. No test mode. Is the best way to test, right? You guys can actually tell me. You guys can actually tell me. Bro, there is not a lot of buttons on this thing. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 button, 5 buttons on the whole thing. I pressed all 5 of them. I don't know what to do. I might have to connect the stream deck to the auto interface and then back into the laptop. Let me try something. I'm gonna take the speaker, right? Let me try to clap and sound real quick. That's weird. That's weird as fuck. I disconnect the speaker and the speaker went to this one. Now I'm curious. Yo, yo, it's working. What's up, my guy? Yo, I heard that shit, but I can't hear in my headset. Oh, hold up. Now it's now it sounds like I'm connected to the laptop mic. Nah, Nah, dog. Hold up. Yo, let me hear it. Hold on. Can I hear it in the headset though? Okay, now I hear it in my headset now. So the sound went back to my headset. So that's good. The gain is good. The gain is good. I hear it in my mic. So the mic, this mic's working now, right? Okay. So okay. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. Okay, hold. Okay, damn, I got yelling and that shit went to red. Did the mic cut out? Calm down, Edwin. Calm down. Calm it. Dial it back. Dial it back. Okay. Are the sound effects breaking up? Just let me know. Anyway, we got to continue the show. We'll figure this out. We're getting somewhere though. Small baby steps. Baby steps. Most importantly, does the mic sound great? And does it sound like it's coming from here? That's all I want to know. Does the auto quality sound great? That's all I want to know, really. I say about there, and let me hear it. All right, hold on. Let me drop down. What up, frontline? Yo, frontline. Oh yeah, puppy. How's the mic sound? And these clapping right now, frontline. You can hear these clapping, and does it break up when I talk? You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, cause I like the speaker I'm listening in from now is my like it's like it's kind of like a screen monitor. It's got like a bullshit speaker. So the speaker sounds horrible, but I could be sounding way better. Just let me know for a line. Might sounds like you in a boat. So that means that this mic is not on. Yeah, it's not on. Thank you for a line. This is not the mic. What am I doing wrong? Holy shit. Thank you, Frontline. Thank you. That's what I mean. It's not registering. Mother. Damn it, Edwin. Wow, I can't believe I did that. Shit happens, bro. Shit happens, brother. Shit happens, my brother. Got it. Damn, that shit was loud. Damn, that shit was loud. Damn, that shit was loud. All right, gotcha. Sorry. Sorry about that, people. Give me 1 second. Why? Gotcha. Front line, how that shit sound, though? Damn, bro. I had the whole shit switched off, and I'm trying to fuck with the sound effects. All right. How does this? Why does it sound like I'm in a tube still? See, I gotta stop fucking with shit. All right, let's get this show popping, bro. Yo, listen. Send that set up back to Timu. Shit, I wouldn't buy anything from them people. Hell no. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Hold up. Okay. What did I press? I don't know. Anyway, yo, listen. What the hell? Let me see where the fuck this puts me at right here. Like this. Let me hear the sound on this. I can't really hear it, but I can hear it now in my headphones a little bit more. There we go. That's better. All right. All right, five fans. Thank you. Thank you for going through that with me. You know what I mean? But I'm not familiar with this auto interface. And it just, as you can see, if you press, there's 5 fucking buttons on this thing. This thing is nice though, bro. I gotta admit, like when you get it like the auto quality, like I had it yesterday, but like I said, I was trying to like figure out how to get the sound effects into it so that you guys can hear the sound effects like that. So I started fucking with it again, and you know what I mean? I'm just not that familiar, but I'll get familiar with my setup, and everything will be on and popping, and I hope you hear me loud and clear, and everything is, at least the audio is great. So back to the Albright and Keyshawn and situation about them, and how Keyshawn is trying to get a bounce back fight now here from losing his title on the scale. He never actually lost his world title in the ring. He was scheduled to fight Edwin De Los Santos, and Edwin De Los Santos did not accept the fight with Keyshawn Davis because on that night, Keyshawn Davis was not really acting like a professional. He thought that Edwin De Los Santos was going to be a desperate fighter that has been out of the ring with inactivity for quite some time leading into their fight, so that he thought that he would take the fight regardless. Even though he would lose his belt on the scale, Keyshawn would go out there and do a performance or a job on Edwin De Los Santos that would still put him in the winning trajectory moving up to his new weight division. Everything came crashing down on that night when Edwin De Los Santos didn't fall for the bait. He said, "You're not going to use me as a stepping stone when you were the one not being a professional." Edwin De Los Santos walked out on Keyshawn Davis at the altar. You know what I mean? And he didn't take the fight. It made Keyshawn Davis look bad, but what even went worse on that night when Keyshawn Davis and his brothers entered the locker room of Albright on that night, and an altercation occurred. That being said, from there, Keyshawn Davis, top rank, you know, they 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 had their disputes about the whole matter. Keyshawn Davis woke up the next morning with no belt. So here's Keyshawn Davis on his journey back to the top of the sport. Keyshawn Davis is trying to act like he doesn't care what name they put in front of him. He doesn't care. With the message that Keyshawn is saying that I am the best, and whoever you put in front of me, I'm going to beat him. Right? Okay. So Jermaine Ortiz is not saying the same thing. Jermaine Ortiz says, nah, it was either me or no one. And if you wanted to make a return, you were gonna have to fight me because I was already on this card. Now, this is a very interesting fight, and it's a really tough fight. The things that boxing have taught me throughout the years, you got to respect certain things. Weight jumps, moving up in divisions. It doesn't work out or translate for every fighter. Just because Terrence Crawford jumped up two weight divisions and dethroned the great Saul Canelo Alvarez doesn't mean that Keyshawn Davis should be able to do that shit. Keyshawn Davis is no Terrence Crawford. Okay? So every person is different and unique in their own separate ways. Can Keyshawn Davis be the kind of fighter that translates through another weight division where that he doesn't lose a step or his power? In fact, he looks stronger, sharper, right? We've seen cases like that. Tiger Johnson. When Tiger Johnson moved up, I saw a better version of Tiger Johnson. He was just, he looked more powerful, more polished. He looked comfortable at the new weight, and he's shining. And Johnson is shining. So when I see fighters like that, I don't assume right away Keyshawn Davis should be able to do it because Tiger Johnson's doing it. No, no. That shit about boxing is what I have to see. I don't have any measuring stick for every man or woman that's ever made a weight jump and has been successful or came up short. That doesn't work for everybody. That's something I really have to see. So Keyshawn Davis already has that. You've never fought at 140. And let me tell you something right now. I'm a fairly nice size individual. I usually walk around 190. I play around there. I have a big upper frame and I've been known to work out every now and then. I walk around Jermaine Ortiz and I'm looking at him and I'm saying to myself, damn, he's one big 140 pounder. He's really big for a 140 pounder. A guy that's 140 pounds, I got basically 50 pounds on you, is what you're saying. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, it don't look like I got 50 pounds on you. That dude is pretty big. He's an athlete. He's more muscle and he's like not really muscular, but and ripped. It's just like muscle on top of muscle. So the way a boxer builds it, it's durable. Like his muscle structure is not that of a bodybuilder, but his shit is like that of like you ever see those dudes that are like mad strong, like a fucking Tarzan or something, swings by the vines, and they got like the big shoulders and shit because that's like homemade working out type shit. That's what he looks like. And I'm looking at him and I'm saying to myself, Keyshawn might be in trouble. Keyshawn might be in trouble. Now, I would love to be in the training camp with Keyshawn, like really get the feel for him. I remember I was gonna see Keyshawn Davis, I guess, work out one day, but he didn't show up to the gym, okay, on that day. So they came the next day. So I've never actually got to see him, like physical. I want to see what he looks like, his height, everything, how he snaps his punches. I've already seen Jermaine. So the thing is that in sports, skills pay the bills. That is the truth. Skills pay the bills. And if Keyshawn Davis is really him, he should have a great fight with Jermaine Ortiz and come out the victor. I'm not sure if he stops Jermaine. Jermaine's tough. That boy is built for tough. Yes, he is. So I don't think he can stop him. But if Keyshawn Davis does not show up, Jermaine Ortiz is gonna put an ass whooping on Keyshawn Davis. He might just reevaluate his career. Listen, the way Jermaine Ortiz is getting prepared for this fight, the way his mindset is, he's focused, he's driven. He wants this opportunity for more than one reason. See, Jermaine Ortiz is literally treating this like a world title fight. In his mind, he thinks it's now or never. He's going to go out there and he has promised himself that he is not going to leave anything, no stone unturned for this fight. He's going to prepare the best he can. Right now, Jermaine, I think he's finishing up his last sparring sessions here and there, tightening up the final. Um, I spoke to some of the guys behind the scene. I wanted to see if I can get Jermaine to come up today. I think he might be busy. I wanted to see and speak to him and talk about the upcoming fight with Keyshawn Davis, and just get a feel for how his mindset is coming into the fight, and for the fight fans to become more familiar with him. I think that Jermaine Ortiz has to captivate every moment. One thing about the two fighters here, Keyshawn Davis, uh, he doesn't have to. He's not going after star status. He seems to be doing quite well when it comes to that. What Jermaine wants is what Keyshawn has, notoriety. And the way to get that is to uh, make the world see who you are. You have to get the world to see you. These are the moments. These are these kind of fights where just because there's not a world title on the line, but believe me, this is a world title type fight. Just like fights that we're talking about, Virgil Ortiz versus Jaron Boots Ennis. If they were to fight now, yeah, there would be no world title on the line. Okay. But would that not be a world title fight? Yes, it would. Would we treat it like a world title fight? I think we would. That's what this fight is right here. See, Keyshawn Davis has a lot to prove, not only to himself, but to the boxing world, that he's not finished. That this is just the beginning of Keyshawn Davis. That's what he He needs to remind. And then you have on the in the other corner, you have Jermaine Ortiz that has gotten an opportunity at a world title. He knows what it's like to be there. And Keyshawn's a former world champion. Both fighters understand where they're at in their careers. This is a big fight. Who has more to lose between Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz? Who has more to gain to win? Could Keyshawn suffer his first loss and still bounce back from that? Or does he go back to obscurity and got his work his way back up? Does another loss on Jermaine Ortiz's record spell trouble? That would be 3. See, Keyshawn doesn't have any losses. I think he could take one. But the more you lose, the further back and the opportunities they're going to say they already gave you to Jermaine Ortiz. I think Jermaine Ortiz has more to lose in this situation, if you ask me. Yeah, I think Keyshawn might survive a loss. He might do like a Esau Pitbull Cruz or Ryan Garcia type shit where they can lose and they still skyrocket for some reason. Now Jermaine Ortiz is no Tank Davis, of course, but Jermaine Ortiz is definitely a worthy opponent. Frontline, how you doing, brother? Must be that I am monologuing and Frontline wants to catch up to the chat for me. Frontline, would you read the chat for me? How's my audio, Frontline, bro?
So Bulbos just came in and he said that your mic sounds low, but to me on the YouTube side, it sounds perfectly clear.
Yeah?
So I don't know. I don't know if it's his phone, my phone. I mean, like I said, I hear you loud and clear.
All right.
And nobody else in the chat is complaining about it, so I don't know.
Right.
You must have a Samsung.
No, it might. Just might. Just, he might have a bodega, you know what I'm saying? Prepaid phone. You know, he's paying for minutes. I don't know. Do they still do that? Jesus.
Dude, I have no clue. Let me shout out people in the chat. Oh, Cincy in the building. Reek Havoc in the building. Bull Rider. Shakur has more to lose. Teo has 1 defeat already. Saludo a Richard. He said, "What's up, big boys?" Bull Rider says, "Keyshawn, hold on. Davis is trash."
Hold
Low,
on, Davis.
Low Key says, "New background looks good." Salute. He said, "Lemos took the dive against Keyshawn."
The
Bull,
dive. No.
no, hell no.
How do you take a
The-
dive? How
I,
wait. Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Keep
I,
going. Keep going.
I, I think what he means by that, which if he doesn't know the backstory, Lemos came in like 6 pounds overweight. And in order for him to take that fight, Keyshawn and his team insisted that he kept
Kept cutting
dropping
weight.
more
Thank
weight,
you. Thank you for
and
knowing
and
about the fight. Thank you.
and that's probably why people feel he took a dive. But in
No, no,
reality,
no.
no,
Yeah, he
he
couldn't.
drained the shit out of him.
Yeah, and he wasn't properly hydrated. So when Keyshawn touched him, it knocked him out quick. He couldn't take
Yeah.
the punch. What you had there was an overweight, dehydrated Lemos, is what you had in front of you. So when you're dehydrated, it's easier to knock you out. As you could see, if he properly did it well and came in shape and disciplined by Lemos' part, he took Richard Hitchens' punches well.
Yes. And he
Perfect for
gave
12
and
rounds.
and he gave Hitchens a run for his money
A
for the
fucking
12
run
rounds.
for yo, he beat him, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Between me and you, he beat him.
Oh
So
yeah.
so
Oh yeah.
so 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 when he fought, that was the key. See, Bomac is smart. Bomac knew if he said, "All right, Lemo, you still want your payday and everything too? You're already here. Just keep cutting weight." He knew he was gonna drain the shit out of fucking Lemos, and he wasn't gonna be able to recover in time. And Keyshawn Davis went out there and pieced him up, went boop 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 boop, and he dropped. You
Yeah.
knocked out a dehydrated man, is what you did.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you
All
did.
right.
Thank you,
But
Frontline. All right, go ahead, keep going.
Bull Rider says Keyshawn clinches 6 to 8 times per round. He's trash. Don't praise this dude.
No, I'm not
Um,
praising him. I'm giving you a breakdown. It's up to you to give me what you think. Go.
then that this is when you were going on your little rant fixing your mic and stuff.
Yep.
Skip all that.
Yep.
Bone says it sounds good. He's talking about your mic.
Good.
It can be better though.
I just put up the gain a little bit because I remember yesterday when I was talking, the gain button was in this direction right here. So I just even put it up a little bit more. So I think that's going to increase the sound. I think that my gain was down too low. So go
Bo,
ahead.
bo, Bo Writer says send that setup back to Tamu.
I know he said that. He wish I would buy something from there. The fact that he even knows about that website, but yo, that's like
uh, hey,
bro product.
shout out to Biz. Biz did he did a live earlier right before you came on.
Yep.
He did a live earlier over in the Philippines with
Oh,
Charlie Suarez,
he
the guy
did.
who we thought beat Navarrete and got robbed.
Yes,
he
he
had he
did.
had him he had him live. It was a dope interview. I stayed on, and I mean, it was in their language.
Right.
So I understood bits and pieces, not all of it. So I just came up with my own assumptions. But shout out to
Right.
Biz, because even though it was in their language, I asked the question and he related it to Charlie, and Charlie
Mhm.
answered. It's a very, very good interview. If you guys are Filipino, understand, or if YouTube has a translate button that can give you captions, it was a dope interview.
Speaking of shout outs and interviews and things, I would like to send a shout out and get the word out that John Scully is having a premiere today. There's a documentary, a doc film on John Scully, and I think it's gonna be on Hulu right now for now until they figure out the success of it. There are a lot of old boxers, legends in the game coming out to the red carpet tonight, but unfortunately. It's snowing out here in New England. So I know a lot of people that were going to attend it. The weather is bad right now, and people are trying to like see how the weather gets better throughout the day because the premiere and the red carpet for John Scully's the Iceman movie, or documentary, I should say. It's called uh, Ice Never Melts. The movie, I think it's not coming out today. This is the premiere, so like these are everybody that's going to this gets to see it for the first time.
Oh,
Th-
nice,
then I think later on in the week the movie's gonna come out. So this
nice.
is this is the red carpet premiere. Camachito Rivera and Jose and them, they were gonna go to this, and they were talking about it. So I just want to get that out there that you know um the Iceman John Scully, they made a documentary about his journey and his life in boxing. John Scully, he was in the corner with Arthur Benavides when he fought Demetrius Bivol. Remember? And
Yep,
I had him come on to the show after the victory. He was on my show, John Scully. So he's a fellow um, New England guy out here my way, and I just want to show him some love and support. And if you guys didn't know about this, the premiere and everything, check it out and show him your support. And this is one of our guys in the game, and he had an interesting enough story to be made a documentary about, and I would like you guys to check that out. So shout out to John Scully and your movie Ice Never Melts.
sweet, nice. Hey, Mac says I'm from VA and used to rock with Key before all that BS. Not no more. He
With Key, who's Key? What?
Keyshawn.
Oh, with Keyshawn. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Well, that's interesting. Keyshawn Davis lost a lot of fans, I believe, and he gained some with his antics out there in Norfolk, Virginia. Um, the most distasteful thing for me for Keyshawn Davis, a lot of people won't even think about, I guess, or some people don't even think about why I lost a little bit respect for him. I didn't lose respect for him because he missed weight. No, I didn't lose respect for him because he didn't fight Edwin de los Santos. No, I didn't lose respect for him when him and his brothers went into Albright's locker room. No,
Oh, it was the
what
baby.
what I lost respect for him is when he had his baby in the
Yep.
hallway in a stroller against the wall while everybody else, where all hell was breaking loose. Anybody
Facts.
could have
That baby could have
grabbed.
got her bad.
Listen, anybody could have grabbed somebody by the neck and been pushing them backwards, and you two stumbling backwards would have slammed into the baby carriage, right? Then God knows what else would have came out. We would have went from fist to maybe these, right? And there was just that could have escalated so bad. Your unprofessionalism of having your mother, your wife, your babies, and not being able to make the maybe tonight's not the night to act up.
Exactly.
You didn't have the ability to do that. You didn't have the ability to be like, I mean, you're so gangster that any moment, any situation, you really fell for that, Keyshawn? You really think that that's gangster shit? You're locked into the rap songs? A gangster's supposed to be anywhere, anytime. A gangster's always supposed to say what's on his mind. A gangster's no, those are messages that lead you to prison.
Yep. A
You
gangster
can,
is a dude that takes care of his family,
that's
protects
right.
his family, protects his
Goes to
kids,
work,
puts
gets
food
up.
on the table.
That's a
That's
real gangster.
gangster.
He's fighting against the machine, society.
Yep.
That's a real G. You think a G is bringing your kid, put him in a hallway, and you and all three of you running? That's a good time to act up, brother. What if Albright's people, one of them would have pulled out? Listen, one thing I learned in life, you can't control your homeboy's behavior. I'm there with you, guy. I didn't tell him to pull out, but all of a sudden, what if somebody pulled out a knife and poked my boy, and he was like, "Oh shit, you stabbed me." Guns came out. Does the bullets got names on them?
Nope.
What would have happened is something, God forbid, something tragic. That's where I lost respect for Keyshawn. You
Yeah.
didn't have enough sense to protect your seed. You didn't.
Yep. I'm
And that,
precise. He says, "Oh, go ahead. My bad.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
go
Edwin."
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, brother. Read on, read on.
He says, "Yeah, I remember seeing Jermaine at camp. Get right, dude was built as fuck. Laugh out loud."
Yo, listen, I see him, right? I seen him sparring too. And I'm looking at him and I'm just like, bro, he's for 140. Just when you see Jermaine, if you've ever seen him, that's what, okay, he's not like a huge man, right? Like I'm looking at him like I haven't seen a bigger guy than him. No, it's what I'm measuring him to. I'm looking at you for what you fighting. Bro, you're supposed to be a 140 pounder. I'm looking at him, I'm going, damn, you're a big 140 pounder. You know what I'm saying? I
Yep.
I fought at 185. My last fight was at 185. I was up there rocking with big boys. And I'm telling you right now, Jermaine Ortiz will beat the shit out of me, right? Okay? And he doesn't look too small for me.
Yeah, but Edwin, you can't compare
I
that.
know that. I know that. I
And
know.
the reason why I say that, it's not because you're just bigger. It's, you got to understand, Jermaine, his full time job is gym,
Boxing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
gym,
about. Yeah,
gym.
that's what I'm talking.
If you
His
were to
muscles built
dedicate
different.
yourself,
Yeah.
if you were to dedicate yourself to the gym and your
No,
profession was
yeah,
boxing, you'll
yeah.
probably be fighting at like 154, maybe
Oh no, if I was yeah, yeah, 147. One maybe
147, 154, somewhere
147,
around that
154,
range.
right around there. Yeah, yeah,
And you'll be conditioned to
yeah.
go.
That would be a different story. But I'm
That'll be
just
a
going on.
different.
Yeah, I'm just going on with reality, what's right now and stuff. Not what if I would, but because he's not that small. So when I look at him, I'm just like, damn,
What is
Jermaine.
Jermaine, like 5'10", 5'11", somewhere around there?
He's like 5'9" and a half, somewhere around there. 5'9",
Okay.
some 5'10", or yeah, right, roughly
Yeah.
around there. Um, and he wears it really well. He's really athletic. Like, he proved his athleticism to me when I saw him coming in the gym with his combat boots on, fucking like his work. He looked like a carpenter. He came in, he had some paint on his pants. He's literally hopped out of the boots, took off his pants. He had his shorts. He slid them on, hopped in the ring. Yo, he wrapped his hands, hopped in the ring, and just started going at it with a professional boxer,
Yeah.
sparring with
Hey,
another professional boxer. It
Max
was
says
crazy.
if Key can stop him, then he might be the goods. But I don't know about 47 for him though.
For who?
For Keyshawn,
For Keyshawn?
if Keyshawn can stop Jermaine,
Right.
he might be the goods. But he doesn't know about 47 for him though. For Keyshawn,
Oh,
I I don't think. Listen, I'm not taking nothing boxing wise. I'm not
mhm.
taking nothing away from Keyshawn.
Right, right.
But Jermaine's just a different animal. He doesn't just bring power. He doesn't just bring speed. They call him the technician for a reason. The dude's ring IQ is it's fucking top notch. You got to give it to him.
Well, for the as many fights as he had already, and for the people that he's been in front of, Jermaine, no one has knocked out Jermaine Ortiz. No one has stopped him. Okay, now the pros and cons to everything. You took the side of Ortiz, and you showed that. Now Keyshawn Davis, in his own right, is a very skilled fighter. Keyshawn has sparred with a lot of great fighters. Shakur Stevenson. I'm pretty sure Terrence Crawford's been in there. He works with Bomac. He's been under the tutelage of a real great coach.
Well, he's not with Bomac no more, is
I
he?
understand. Yeah, I understand that he might not be under the tutelage with that, and they might have parted ways with his situations. And Bomac might be a serious coach that they also didn't like the baby situation neither. We never know, right? So, but what I can't deny is Keyshawn's talent. You said Ortiz is a bit of a technician, and you broke them down. So if I had to take the other side and I had to break down Keyshawn Davis, I got to admit, um, Keyshawn knows his way around the ring. He definitely knows his way around the ring. Now, the one thing that I'm not super sold on for Keyshawn Davis is his punching power. Now, although he has 13 fights with 9 knockouts, that's a small record still. You got 9 knockouts. Okay, great. 9 knockouts. Um, I'm not convinced just yet. I think that, okay, kid. Um, I've seen a lot of guys like Teo start cracking at 130. Yo, the minute Teo went up, the minute Shakur went up, they no more knockouts, right? And their competition got so better. See, for Shakur Stevenson, I mean Josh Padley, nah, right? He didn't knock out Cepeda, like he's gotta, their power's not there. So when I look at this situation, I say to myself, is Keyshawn gonna be one or two people? Is he gonna be the next Teo that moves up and no power? Or is he gonna be the next Hamza? That Hamza took his power from the lower weight division and moved up, and it looked like he carried just fine. He looked even stronger. Hamza Shira.
Hey,
So,
Bobos, Edwin hasn't talked about that card because he fell asleep last night. He didn't get a chance to watch
man,
it.
I went out. I'm sorry, Bobos, man. Listen, yo, I was supposed to come on 7:30. I got into bed. I was like, scoot, 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 scoot. Let me just slide up in here for a little bit. And yo, I woke up. It was like 4:30, 4:09, some shit like that in the morning.
But I would say I did catch it. I fell asleep during the last fight, the Coolier
Yeah, I heard he
with the
had
white
him
dude.
hurt real bad, like in the
Yeah,
ninth round.
something like that. But I did see the highlights on the last
I haven't seen
fight.
the highlights. I
But let me
haven't
tell
seen
you
anything.
something. That Flores fight.
The Flores one? The Miguel
Oh
Flores?
my
Was it? Don't tell me who
God.
won. Do not say who won. No
I'm not
one,
gonna tell you. I'm
no
not
one
gonna
tell
tell you
me.
who won.
Please.
I'm not gonna tell you who won.
Was it a
But
really good
dude,
fight?
that was a banger.
Miguel Flores. Edwin, remind Miguel Flores. I just gotta write it down because if I write shit down, I remember better.
No, I don't think it was. I don't think that was his name, Miguel Flores.
I think it was Miguel Flores. right?
No, hold
No?
on.
Do I got boxing confused?
Manuel
Manuel,
Flores against
Manuel. Man,
Chavez.
same thing in English, bro. If you say it, that's how you say it in English,
Well, you're
brother.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah, well, I didn't say it the Spanish way. Shut up, man. You're crazy. Uh
Manuel Flores against Chavez. That fight was
Chavez.
a
Yeah.
banger. Who else was good? I wasn't really a fan of Scrappy Ramirez against Rojas.
Let me see if your
Um,
messages will come up, but it'll block my belts. No, it
let me
won't.
see who else. Oh,
Oh, I got you.
Guzman put on a good show too. Fabian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fabian Guzman.
he put on a good show. He was getting touched up by Rodriguez early on.
Yep.
But he ended up pulling out the win.
How's this one sound? Let me try different voice sets up. Hold up. They say that this one right here is supposed to be the best one. It's the vintage sound for the microphone. Tell me how that sounds. They say it's supposed to be like a real good mode, and I've never used it. So right now I'm starting to use it. So tell me how you guys like that sound right there. Anyway,
I love boxing. Says to me, Jermaine fights not to lose instead of fighting to win. He arguably beat
yes,
Teo and Loma, but didn't leave an imprint. I agree on
I
those two fights.
agree.
I agree
I
100%.
agree. And that's why Jermaine agrees himself. When
And
I
that's why he
told
said that
you
he's not going to leave it to the
he's
judges.
not leaving it to the judges, those are the valuable lessons he learned. Jermaine agrees with you, and he promises not to leave it into the judges. And you want to know who his next victim's going to be? Keyshawn Davis, according to Jermaine Ortiz. He better watch out. And Keyshawn's thinking the same thing. So how you? What's up? Let's
You know
go.
what though? On that fight, I got Jermaine obviously.
Oh,
Um,
I got Jermaine in the fight. I don't like it. I don't like to say that uh publicly. I
well,
won't
yeah,
be able
because
to.
you cover a boxing channel and you
Yeah,
support all
yeah, yeah.
boxers. I
But
get it.
but
I get
but
it.
if I take Keyshawn, I won't be able to walk down the street in my neighborhood. All right.
Yo, it's funny it's funny you say that, right? Because I was on business, like I said, I was on Business Channel earlier today, and he had Charlie on there, and I asked him, "Who do you have? Do you have Teo versus Shakur?" And dude, Charlie's so humble. He was like, "You know what? It's a 50-50 fight. They both got, they both bring something to the table." Like he didn't want to get involved in
Right.
picking. So
Right.
you know me, I had to troll a little bit and make
Yeah.
him pick a winner.
Right.
And I told him, I said, I got Shakur winning. He's gonna frustrate Teal for 12 rounds. And then he was like, yeah, yeah, I think so too. I think so too. So, I got him to pick. But that's the difference between like somebody like me, I'm biased as fuck. I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you who's gonna win, and I don't care what you say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
I,
people like you and other people, like you guys are just, you keep it neutral. You don't pick
no, no, no.
sides.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Because I'm a boxing channel. I don't go by race or anything. It's not like I'm
I
like, oh,
do. If
I
you
know.
got that
But
flag, if
that's
you
why
got
you're
that
here
flag
with
right
me.
there,
That's why you're here with me
if you got
because
that flag in your blood like Jermaine does,
yeah,
if you got that flag, I mean, if you got that flag in your blood like Shakur does, even if
yeah.
it's a drop, I don't care. It's point zero zero zero
Good enough
zero
for
one.
frontline.
That's what I go for.
You're Boricua. Listen, but
De
that's why I
Cora.
got frontline because I live vicariously through frontline, right? You know what I mean? But
But
yeah,
Edwin,
I
when you get a
don't.
chance,
Yeah, talk to
seriously,
me.
when you get
Yep,
off the live,
yep.
go back and watch that Manny versus Chavez fight.
Miguel.
The
Okay.
Flores, the
Yep.
Manny Flores against Chavez.
Yeah.
That fight was a banger. It's a 12
Yeah.
round fight, and
I
you're gonna
gotta check it
enjoy
out. I gotta check
every
it out. I
round.
gotta check it out. I gotta check it out. And back to the conversation about Jermaine Ortiz and Keyshawn Davis. I just want to publicly come out and send respect to both fighters. Um, I like both fighters. You're both great for the sport. We need both of you guys, no matter who wins. I want to let both men know that no, don't listen to the hype. Neither of your careers are over. Um, just to the loser, pick up from there and continue forward. And to the winner, same thing. Go forward from here. I think that this is a special kind of fight because when we ask for tough fights, and we don't get them, we're pissed off. Okay, this wasn't a fight actually that we were asking for, but it is one of those type caliber fights that you're getting. So respect the fight. appreciate this kind of fight. These two guys are both hungry. Keyshawn to get back where he once was, and Jermaine to get where he's never been, a world champion. Jermaine understands that. Keyshawn understands that. L- Let the games begin.
Hey, Bobo's taking shots at you.
What's he saying? He's always taking shots at me. What?
He
When's
said,
he not?
Edwin,
Is he ever
Edwin,
on my side?
Edwin's
What?
not Edwin's not a true body. Edwin worships African Americans, sadly.
Oh my God! Now I'm worshiping. Look, look, look! You're not gonna put me in that box. You're not gonna put me in that box. Nice
Hey,
try.
hey,
I'm
how are
I,
the Haney
I'm too
checks coming?
smart for that. I'm
How are the
too
Haney
smart for
checks
that.
going? How are the Haney checks coming in? They
The
good?
Haney checks paid for all of this. Okay. Nah. Yo, Bill, send me something, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, but it's not what you hear me is supporting American fighters. But the
But the
people but the people
people that
that always try to put you like in a box or make it a skin color type thing, you'll hear statements like that. So that they'll want you to choose a side and sell out, right? When I support humanity, boxers, fighters. Do you bleed? Is it red? Okay, I support you. There's no difference in that now, is there? So I don't care what color you are. I don't care where you come from. All I want to know who the greatest fighter in the world is. What does he look like? What does he do better than all other fighters? That's all I want to know. If that was the truth, you'd say that about Naoya Inoue, the Japan dude. If that was true, I support all African fighters. Then what the hell am I doing with this Japan dude? It's obvious I support all kinds of fighters from every
yeah,
race ethnicity.
I agree. It you know what it is? It's I think you said it before and we'll elaborate on it. Here in America, you got football, you got basketball, which is Americans playing Americans. So we're taught
Right. We're taught to pick our favorite teams. We're taught to go against America against American. When you pick a football player, he plays, let's say hypothetically, on the Dallas Cowboys or whatever favorite team you have. And then what are you doing? You're going against another American football team. You're going against the 49ers and they're training you to go against other American teams. But the only teams to pick are all American. So in boxing, fans don't realize it. They do the exact same thing. They do the exact same thing.
my
They
bad, I got a call.
Yeah, they put the Americans against the Americans, and they start trying to make it a individual thing or a loyalty things. Like I'm supposed to be loyal to just Spanish, Puerto Rican fighters or Latin fighters, and I'm supposed to just promote these because they get enough airway over there. No, I don't think that's true. I want to stand out. I want to be unique too. I want to talk about all boxing, everybody, and it doesn't matter. And people might not like it. Oh shit, everyone's talking about for these guys. You know why? Because you've been fighting so much on these YouTube streaks, going back and forth on these other channels, that when you finally come here and you can actually say something without somebody attacking you, you're thrown back. You don't know what to say. Now you're like, well, what side does Edwin support? He has to have favorite fighters. No, I don't have a horse in the race. Publicly, I'll tell you, not even Naoya Inoue. I can't I can't do that. Because if I become a real fan of Naoya Inoue,
That's bullshit. I'll prove your point right now.
stop front line.
Shushu beats Inoue.
Stop. If I become a real fan of Naoya Inoue, what I feel as him a fighter, I feel that way. I completely, I'll say it. He'll beat this guy, this guy. But if he loses, I won't be emotionally tied into him. Like if I was emotionally tied to a fighter, like when Tyson lost, I cried. Like I was scared when Felix Trinidad fought. I was nervous. I was emotionally invested in with those fighters. That's different. If that fighter loses, my whole world crushes, bro. I don't go outside the next day. I learned my lesson. Now, that's a real fan. I cover boxing. I cover Naoya Inoue. I like this guy a lot, but I learned my lesson that if he was to lose, I would have no problem coming on tomorrow. I'm not emotionally invested in Naoya Inoue because I learned my lesson. I cover boxing, but I talk about his greatness and I back it. I'll stand on what I see, of course, but I'm not connected in that way. No, I'm not. Not to any fighter. Because if I do that, I won't be able to see Naoya Inoue's opponents. I'll never see that guy that'll whoop his ass. Because in my mind, I always view him as this imposing figure. It won't compute that anybody has a chance against him. I'll lose my mind. And then he's gonna get knocked out, and I'm not gonna see it coming. So by keeping him at the same standard of like how I view every boxer, it allows me to see his opponent. It allowed me to see Roman Cardenas. It allowed me to see I didn't know Yi Young Kim, no, or TJ Doheny, not that much, no. I couldn't really see them guys like that. But Luis Pantera Nari, you guys remember on a live while I was watching that fight with Luis Pantera Nari, you guys can go back. I got receipts. Okay? On the live before Naoya Inoue, seconds before he got knocked out, I was sitting there and I'm watching Luis Pantera Nari. I can see him in the fight. And I said, Luis Pantera Nari, why so wide with the hooks? You got to tighten them in. And for Naoya Inoue, you got to raise your arm, your hand, because he's going to hit you. Oh, Naoya Inoue just went down. I saw the whole thing before it happened. Did I not? And that's because I keep Naoya Inoue here. I was watching and I can see his flaws, why they were happening. And I could see what Luis Pantera Nari was trying to do. I mean, seconds before he dropped him, I called it. The exact play. He has to shorten up his hand, and Naoya needed to watch that shot, and boop! And that's why I do that, because I'm not emotionally tied. But I fucking like that dude right there, man. He's great, but that's how I cover boxing, to tell you the truth.
Bobo says you are completely emotionally invested in Inoue. What the fuck?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just like him a lot.
Yo, what, does Bobos have a problem with you? I do.
Yeah,
He's
he
taking
does.
shots.
No. Bobo is a signed hitman from another channel. His job is to come here and troll me every day. That's what he does.
He don't troll. He just throw jokes out.
He's a troller. What do you mean? That's his job. He's an inside guy. He's an inside guy.
Zero Puerto Ricans in the background. Nasty work.
Huh?
Zero Puerto Ricans in the background.
Then why do I have 3 Puerto Rican flags in the background? Why? I mean, I guess he can't see because the Puerto Rican boxing gloves are right here. That flag is right there. And I have every flag on the fucking planet on my screen. But your biased ass can't see it. You know why? How about this? Isn't the WBC the most recognized belt in all of the world? It has all the flags on it. Every flag on the fucking planet is on that belt. And on my screen representing as the WBC. But you couldn't see that, could you?
Yo, Bobo's gonna have you make a crash out.
Bro, fucking racism is crazy.
Yo, Bobo's funny as shit.
He is a troll.
George says the less expectations, the less disappointment. It's boxing. Anything can happen, especially these days with the politics of boxing.
Yeah. Let's break down this Teo and Shakur fight, guys. Let's go into this next fight. Oh, you Frida's reading the Texas or whatever.
Oh no, it's Biz says Bobos is just trolling you. Ha ha ha.
You know he is.
And then Bobos just wrote, nobody can see those little flags.
So what? You know they're there. You know they're there. Okay? And it's representing. You know what I'm saying? So then by being there, have an open mind. You know what, Bobos? I'm 10 seconds from getting up and getting that lifesaver off the shelf. Okay? I'm about to get up and turn on the lifesaver. Somebody's going to lose a limb. You're going to hear phrases like, I am your father, zoom, and shit like that. There's gonna be some screaming, shit. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
Hey, Teo Shakur.
Teo Shakur, man.
I don't take nothing away from
God
Teo,
damn, what a fight.
but honestly, you know what? You know this fight makes me it brings me back to the George Cambosos fight, where
No,
listen, where Teo says, "Do I still got it?"
that wasn't the fight anyway.
It
That was
wasn't.
the Sandor Martin fight when he said that. After that
Okay,
fight, he said,
that
"Do
fight.
I still got
So
it?"
it brings me to that moment because here's what's gonna happen, and the way I see it, I see Shakur frustrating Teo for 12 rounds straight,
I know you said
and
that, yeah.
and what I mean by that is I'm not saying Shakur's gonna run. What I'm saying is, I think Shakur is gonna stick and move the whole fight. Where he's gonna jump in real quick, catch Teo with a 1-2 or something simple, get out, move around, jump back in 1-2, get out, and catch him.
Hmm.
That's what I think.
That's what you think? You know the amazing thing about you see when people make up headlines and stories in the sport of boxing, right? Hold up. You guys got to go to the side. I got to get a better screen. Um when you hear stories, right, that mislead you, like these rumors and things about Shakur Stevenson being pillow fisted, right? Okay. And that Teofimo Lopez, he hasn't knocked out anybody or whatever, and Shakur Stevenson is supposed to be this dominant fighter. Uh, neither of these guys got real big knockout percentages. Shakur Stevenson has 24 fights with 11 knockouts, and I think Teo got lesser fights with 22 fights with 13 knockouts. Right? That's what their records are. So I don't really expect anybody to get knocked out in this fight, but shit happens, huh? Shit happens. I didn't think that Dalton Smith was going to knock out Subriel Matias. I didn't think that. I didn't see that coming. He
But why you
stopped
got to bring that up?
because it's the truth. It's the
I
fucking
know,
truth.
I
Okay,
know.
it's a little early. It still
I'm
stings.
still healing, and you're
It's
opening the
still
wound up. You're throwing
okay.
salt and fucking.
Okay, but we had to bring an example when we don't think that some guy might be, or bring that kind of punching power, and it does show up. You're like, oh shit. So let's see what happens. Anything can happen in this TO fight, but I got to admit, guys, that this fight is so good and so interesting in so many different ways to me, anyway, because is it true or not? Whether you might just be a fan and you might have picked one side and just stood there. I respect that, right? Okay. But I'm flip flopping every day, bro. Frontline, I got to be honest with you. One day I think maybe Teo might pull up a big upset. And one day I just think Shakur is going to box circles around him. Then another day I think that Teo could catch up to him. Uh,
Let me tell you something. Teo doesn't throw that much volume like the Cepeda, right? And hear me out, because I see to me,
yeah,
Shakur's defense is so underrated. Shakur barely gets touched. He got touched with Cepeda, but Cepeda's volume of punches.
yeah.
What you mean, Bobo's? He's still trolling you. I
Bobo's
haven't even
always
read it.
trolling me. Stop reading this shit. Yo, listen. Check it out, right? He's talking about my Floyd Mayweather poster in the back. That poster costs $120, brother. That poster costs more than what you got in your pocket right now. So stop it. All right. So I don't want to hear it. And he represents a legend in the game, legends. And Ali also, you of course, represents the legend. These are two goats. And the way I view boxing is that you can't use the goat champion in the same with the rest of us because we don't play by the same set of rules. You have to have a GOAT in the champion heavyweight. You have to have a GOAT for the rest of the divisions. Heavyweight champion doesn't cut weight. The heavyweight plays by their different set of rules than the rest of boxing. So you have to have a GOAT from the people that cut weight versus who's the GOAT from the people that don't, the heavyweights. So as the heavyweights, he's the GOAT. And the GOAT for the other weights is this guy right here. Whether you like, love, or hate Mayweather, that's not what he's up there for.
I think he's mad at that Floyd poster because he owns Cinco de Mayo.
He probably. The thing is, what he's up there for is to represent that these men paved the way for your greatest fighter to be who he is today. They kept the sport alive. They kept it on top long enough on their shoulders so that your fighter that you like today, whether whoever he is, even Saul Canelo Alvarez, became who he is because of that man. And you could hate him all you want, but he made Canelo Alvarez. Remember that. And he made a lot of other boxers. Remember that. He paved the way. So I hope in 20 years, your favorite fighter, someone has their poster on the wall. And whether
Hold on,
they
Edwin,
hate
I
or
got a
like
question.
him, I hope he represents boxing, though.
I got a question for you, though, because you just mentioned that he made Canelo, right?
He made Canelo.
Hold on. With that being said, he caught Canelo when Canelo was green.
I'm not arguing that point. I'm not going
Now,
down
hold
that road.
on. My question to you, though,
Canelo was not green.
Canelo was green.
Never that.
My question to you,
Canelo came into that to that fight. He was a world champion with over 33 professional fights.
I understand that.
He's never going to be ready. Listen, look. That theory about him being green, Papi, check this out. There is no conversation or no point whether Canelo was the greatest version of Canelo in his prime, or young Canelo. No version of Canelo beats Floyd.
Bullshit.
There is no version.
Prime Canelo?
No.
A prime Canelo versus a prime Mayweather.
Since we're playing around and doing Fantasy Island, then give me prime Floyd Mayweather.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Prime Mayweather versus a prime Canelo. Canelo washes Mayweather.
You're crazy. Pretty boy Floyd would stop Canelo. Stop it.
No.
Yes. Pretty boy was knocking everybody out.
Triple G couldn't drop Canelo. And Triple G caught Canelo with flush punches.
Really? Okay, so what? Triple G knocked out a lot of guys, and he had some decent punching power. Yeah, okay. So a bunch of flat-footed fighters, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, okay? When Terrence Crawford put the Beats by Dre on Canelo, you seen those, the after effects. Canelo was like, what the fuck was that? He hit me with that shot. He was tagging Canelo's
but this is not Canelo's prime. This is Canelo at the end of his career.
Let me tell you something right now. I don't know. That's a horrible fucking pick. That's why you be losing Frontline. Because if you look at that fight with Canelo versus Mayweather, Canelo never actually landed a decent punch in 12 rounds on Mayweather. He made him look so bad. He made him miss so wide. Canelo has no speed. No, he couldn't catch up to Floyd. You mean to tell me for all the clean shots Floyd Mayweather caught Canelo with, if you was to give Floyd Mayweather pretty boy Mayweather's hands before his hands started breaking, he would have hit Canelo with that many shots, with the confidence and the vicious nature when he used to throw those punches. Your boy would look like this by the fucking 8th round. Your problem is that your prime Saul Canelo Alvarez still couldn't catch up to Floyd. He listen, the green version, much younger, much faster, much athletic, and a better burst when he was fucking all of 23 years old, barely, and I mean barely, landed a good shot on Mayweather for 12 rounds. Mayweather picked him apart for 12 rounds.
Look, Bobos. Look at what Bobo says. Bobo says, what the fuck are you talking about, Edwin? Castillo beat Floyd. Prime Canelo gives him hell.
Hell no.
I'm trying to tell you.
Wrong. All of you are fucking trolling right now, right? Because I know he just didn't say that. Castillo, check it out. Saul Canelo Alvarez fought Floyd Mayweather when he was 36 years old. 36 years old, bro. And he made a 23-year-old world champion, 33 fights, Saul Canelo Alvarez, look slow as hell. Not one combination, not one setup he could land on Floyd. Not one. Not one at 36 years old. You mean to tell me you give me a 23-year-old Mayweather? Have you ever seen Mayweather fight? Go watch that fight against Hernandez. Go watch that shit. Mayweather is a fucking, he was a talent. Yo, he was just beyond. Look, there is no, Castillo fought Mayweather too. How old was Mayweather when he Castillo? Remember that fight was after fucking the Canelo Alvarez, right? Situation, right? So how old was Mayweather when he was up there fighting against Castillo? Put Castillo in with Mayweather a little bit younger. The fight probably is not going to look like that, bro. Mayweather was already on a decline. He had already turned into Money Mayweather, had the surgeries in Japan. He wasn't punching like that. If you gave Mayweather the ability to throw his punches with confidence, don't you see he was winning? Mayweather made famous the winning boxing glove. It's hard as hell to knock a motherfucker out with winning boxing gloves on. It's like hitting him with pillows because he's protecting his hands. That fight, man, listen, you guys are drunk. You guys are drunk. Mayweather was one of the only fighters I saw that had to, his coach had to tell him, you're going to have to let someone hit you, Mayweather.
The good thing is that this is boxing. We all have opinions.
Yeah, listen. Oh, look. That motherfucker was he was on another level.
And I'll say I would sit here and admit Money Mayweather was a fucking problem. He was. He definitely was.
He was a problem, bro.
But the point that I'm getting across is
there's no version. There's no version of
Prime
Saul.
Canelo.
No, he doesn't.
And Prime Mayweather. I think the fight would have been a totally different fight.
Stop the Latin hate. Listen to me. Look. Check it out, right?
Bang Boogie in the building.
Bang Boogie. Yo, listen. No, papi. No, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I just can't go with it. I got integrity here, and I have to tell the truth. My heart, Saul Canelo Alvarez gave me way too many times. I love and support Saul Canelo Alvarez. He's an amazing champion. What he did for the sport as a Latin fighter, I'll always support Saul, man, because he gave me too many moments. But the truth is just the truth. Saul Canelo Alvarez never fought good against Black American fighters, slick style movers. It's always been his kryptonite. If Mayweather would have stood in front of Saul Canelo Alvarez, Mayweather loses. Saul's stronger. He's a harder puncher than Mayweather. Mayweather would take too much damage. Same way he would have fought Miguel Cotto. If Miguel Cotto caught Floyd Mayweather flush right here in the temple, that was his ass. We know that. Miguel Cotto can knock out Mayweather. There's a lot of those fighters that can knock out Mayweather, but he knows how to roll with a punch. He knows how not to get hit with the full. He's been caught once or twice with good, solid shots. And Mayweather does have an iron chin. You know, Judah tested it.
Didn't Sugar Shane Mosley wobble or was that Sean Porter?
Yeah, was it? But your boy there, the one you were talking for, knocked out his tooth.
No, that was Maidana.
Maidana knocked out his tooth.
Don't he wear that chain to this day, though?
Yeah, with Mayweather's tooth. If I was Mayweather, I would buy that back from him. You can't be advertising my tooth on a arm like that.
I don't think Maidana would ever sell that shit.
On him, bro. Nah, fuck that. I want my tooth back. Fuck that, bro. He made a charm out of it. Mayweather's tooth is on it.
Yo, how much you think that shit is worth, Edwin, if it was to go into auction?
God damn, bro. I don't know, man. That might be $1 million tooth. That might be $1 million tooth. Yo, nah, real talk, bro. As soon as I would have came out of the dentist and I would have heard that I'd have got my entourage together, went to his next fight, we would have cornered him in the locker room, bro.
Give me my tooth back.
Listen, I'm going to do this two ways. I'm going to offer you money for it. You're going to give it to me, or I'm just going to take it. How you want to do it? But
With my tooth fat.
You're not leaving this building with that tooth, bro.
With my tooth fat.
Nah, I'm being the tooth fairy. I'm playing the part right now. Yo, I'm the tooth fairy, motherfucker. Run that shit.
Oh shit.
Yo, that's crazy. That's a
Hey,
yo.
but
Yeah.
let's get back to this Teo and
Fuck.
Shakur fight.
Need some coffee.
Yo,
Yo,
you got the bell. You got to ring the bell.
Where's my waitress? Fucking service around here sucks. Listen.
No tip for her.
No tip for her. Yeah. Yo. Who got more to lose and who has more to gain in the Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez fight?
As of right now, Teo
As of
does.
right now. You think
Teo.
so? You think
he's a champion? He's a champion. Remember, Shakur's moving up to 40. So he's the belt holder.
I mean,
so that being said,
whose career can suffer a loss and bounce back, and whose can't? So, like I said, who has more to lose?
Both can bounce back. Both can bounce back.
Both can bounce back?
Yeah, Teo lost Cambosos and he bounced back.
Well, he had to earn that.
He did, though. The point is that he bounced back.
Yeah, because after he loses to George Camboso, a lot of Teo's boxing credibility went down the tube. A lot of people got on him. He had to kind of like show that back. And then the Sando Martin one didn't. And then fighting people like Klajic and, you know, he didn't. Campas. He didn't help his case. But
when you fight people like Josh
then it was
Taylor,
his performance. It was his performance. Okay, now Josh Taylor, yes.
That's what I'm saying. So he can bounce back the same way with Shakur. So
with Cepeda. Shakur bounced back with Cepeda.
No. You're saying
his bounce back win was with Cepeda is what I'm saying with Shakur.
Correct. He answered a lot of questions for a lot of people because against De Los Santos, he got on his roller skates and he was gone.
All right, we don't have to bring that up, but still.
I mean, that just goes to show that he can come back. He fought Oscar Valdez. That was a good.
That was a so low weight division that I'm not even bringing that up. And
Oscar then he got Nakatani. Nakatani was a good win for him
Oscar Valdez was also a very small guy. Give me this back, babe. Can I get some coffee?
Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Where's the service around here? This waitress, she sucks. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I mean? This waitress, no tip for her. You know what I'm
going to hit you? She's about to hit you with a.
No, I'm getting the ice grill right now. I'm getting the ice grill right now. How you do, baby? I love you. These are all jokes. All jokes. I love you. Okay. If I'm missing for a few days, you guys need to come and find me. Okay. Yo, no,
but
yeah, go ahead.
Teo can bounce back, and so can Shakur.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at Jermaine going down to the co-main. Jermaine arguably won him, but he took a L against Teo, and he took an L against Loma.
The fact
he's bouncing back.
Yeah, he had to earn his way back.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had some tough fights too, and he had to work his way back up too because, he got his opportunities. He just came up short. And I always said this, that I think that on the night and the day that he was his managed Lomachenko and the Jermaine Ortiz fight was being scheduled, I believe that Jermaine Ortiz and Loma's management, Loma won the fight from the beginning. Loma won the fight in the boardroom, in the room, when he got them to agree to a 12-round fight. When at the time, young Jermaine Ortiz has never experienced a 12-round fight. They knew Loma was a seasoned vet, unified world champion, a gold medalist, two-time gold medalist. They knew that he can last the 12 rounds. And if you got this kid and he was giving you a tough fight, that the championship experience would show up. And that's exactly what happened. If that was a scheduled 10-round fight, Jermaine beats Loma. He beat him in 10 rounds in that fight. In fact, he was up on the cards. What won him the fight were the last 2 rounds. When that was a 12-round fight with no belt on the line. I didn't understand that. I was like, why the fuck is it scheduled for 12 rounds?
Well, it's just Keyshawn and him right now. It's 12 rounds and it's not a title fight.
Okay, but the way that the management tries to set it up is to convince the other guy to sign up is they sell it to the other team like this is a title eliminator. You got to prove you can go 12 rounds. It's in the wording. And
Got you.
and when they do that, the other guy goes, "Oh, title eliminator, proven 12 rounds. Yeah, I can do it." Meanwhile, they got the belts to go with it. Their whole plan behind that was get him to say yes, and
Yeah,
we got
and
him.
not to mention,
We got
Jermaine
him.
is actually looking for a title fight. That's why he's taking on these challenges.
Right. But the thing is, they knew Jermaine could beat Loma in 10. They knew it. So they had to dress it up. Hey, Jermaine, this is a title eliminator, right? That's why it's 12 rounds. They didn't give a fuck about the title eliminator or none of that. They won the fight in that particular moment right there. And they knew that this kid was tough, Jermaine Ortiz. They knew he was a lot better than what people knew. They knew that Loma was going to have a tough night in the office. And you know what? They were right. In 10 rounds, Jermaine had him beat. It's those last 2 rounds that he lost the fight. Jermaine never had that. He didn't have no more in him. And when Loma came out, that's called experience. And they knew
So,
that.
so do you think Keyshawn plans on taking him to deep waters?
For Keyshawn don't got no 12-round experience like that. When is Keyshawn? How many times has Keyshawn Davis been 12 to the 12th round? Let's find out.
No, he's never been 12.
Okay, then.
But he's fought.
How
He's
the fuck you
fought
gonna
12.
take? He's been scheduled for them, like the world
Yes.
title fight, but he never made it anywhere far like that. I never seen Keyshawn Davis swimming in the deep end in the pool.
He's only been the most he's ever been is 10 rounds.
Okay, I've only seen him swimming in the 4 feet water, where 6 feet, you know, where the lifeguard tells you get back on that other side of the rope because that's the deep end. I never seen him swimming over there. So how the fuck you gonna convince me? Anybody is gonna convince me he's gonna take Jermaine out and drown him. Shit, Jermaine fuck around, have a life vest on. He's like, yup, I'm doing great, Keyshawn, and he's sinking. You don't got no experience there, brother. That shit I have to see. And so, but I know one thing. Jermaine Ortiz has been 12 rounds.
Yes.
Twice. So he answered my question, and the great Teofimo Lopez didn't look like he did nothing to Jermaine. So I was like, all right. So I'm pretty confident. One, I think Jermaine can take a good punch. I think he can deliver his own punch. I think that Keyshawn is in for a lot tougher fight. Like I said, man, I like both these fighters, but I gotta take Jermaine in the fight.
What about Teo Shakur? You still have you've been going back and forth. How do you stand today? Today, right now, as we talk.
Fuck, man. I've had Shakur Stevenson this whole time. Okay, I've never picked Teo. Okay, every single time I've picked, but secretly, I've never counted Teo out. We're getting closer to the fight, and fucking this morning I woke up and I'm just like, I don't know, Shakur. Yo, it's getting that serious. Like I'm watching highlights of Teo training and Shakur's training in that UFC center. And I'm watching Shakur and his grandfather and all of them prepare the way he's eating, and things like that. And you see Terrence Crawford in his corner showing up for that one media day, I guess. You know how that goes, right? They're not really there every day with you. But I'm looking at Teo, man. And I'm like, this dude got that driven look in his eye. And whenever Teo tries to overact and sell you something, that's exactly what he's doing. The minute I saw Teofimo Lopez put out that stupid ass video on what was it, fucking Twitch or whatever, where it says my opponent's training and I'm over here. No. It says 2 weeks or whatever out from the fight, and this is Teo's attitude, and they show him dancing, right? They show him dancing, not training, right? And when you see Teo do corny shit like that, and he's trying to deliver the message that he's not taking this fight serious, he's taking it very serious. When Teo starts to overact, you could tell he's trying to hide it. In the Barboza fight, when he came out with the eyeliner and a fucking sword and the theatrics, on fight night, what did Teo look like? He was trying to distract you and say like stupid corny shit, like, oh shit. The more Teo talked, the more we believed in Arnold Barboza. The more you just keep letting Teo talk, man, he's gonna get fucked up. Arnold's gonna rock this dude. Arnold looked like he shouldn't be in the ring with Teo on that night. He made him look like, bro.
I think in that fight, I think Barbosa went into that fight with his emotions
I
because
don't
of the
know. I don't
smack and all
know.
that shit.
I don't know. But Arnold caught him with a good shot, split Teo shit right here. But Teo is showboating and he got caught showboating. Then he checked himself. Then he took over the fight again. But when I noticed that about Teo though, sometimes with his theatrics, like when he's really acting a fool, you can tell. Nah, Teo, that's you acting a fool, saying dumb shit. You put your foot in your mouth. That's not an act. That's Teo. But when he's trying to sell it to you, like he's trying to tell you, nope, I'm not training. I don't have to. No, that's you trying to tell me that, Teo. Whenever he does dumb shit like that, that's when he fights Josh Taylor type shit.
Yeah.
That's when he fucking goes out there and fucking fights Loma. When he's trying to tell you, like, when he starts downing himself, like in the Loma, the build up to Loma. Oh, I'm not supposed to win this fight. Loma got the 3 belts. I know you guys think I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose this fight. He starts to down himself. He starts to dance, starts saying, I'm not training. That's when the best version of this motherfucker comes out. So I've like paid attention to Teo, like, but that doesn't always mean that, no. But my boxing senses start to ring, and I'm like sitting there looking at Teo, and today I'm like, there's just like certain things I need to see. Look, Shakur, I've never seen Shakur at this weight, gentlemen. Just because Shakur Stevenson is the remarkable talent, phenomenal, like on paper, the training that Shakur has had, the kind of amateur and pro, he should be able to beat a guy like Teo. He should. Hey, yo, Frontline, did Teo ever go to the Olympics?
If he did, who he represent, the U.S. or Honduras?
I don't know. Did he ever medal in Olympics? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
So, even though Shakur got that medal, he didn't win the gold.
I'll look it up right now, though, while you talk.
He still has a better amateur, better, I would say, pro on paper than Teo, because didn't Shakur get to 3 belts and won? You know what I'm saying? When he took Oscar Valdez's belt in them and the 130. No, because Teo had 3 belts. Teo had 3 belts. So Teo got the next belt, and then Shakur, they got identical achievements. They're identical. Shakur got the WBC for the 135, but Teo got a belt at 130, 135, or 140. Right? Shakur got a belt at 130, 135. He was unified at 130. But he hasn't been unified at 135. Neither has fucking Teo got the belts off George Gamboza. I think. Did Teo get a belt at 130? Or was it 135? Am I jumping the gun here? Hold on. I got a lot of boxing in my head. A lot of boxing.
So it says that he was in the Olympics.
But he lost?
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. He competed representing Honduras in the 2016 Rio de Janeiro Summer Games. Although he won the U.S. Olympic trials, he did not represent the U.S. due to qualification disputes. So
really?
he represented Honduras He lost his opening round fight 3-0 to France.
Mm. Hold up. Teo never fought at 130.
No, 35 and 40.
35 and 40. Yeah, he never fought at 130. Terrence Crawford had a belt at 135. That's the fighter that I'm thinking that he never nobody ever talks about that weight division for him. Like when I think about fighters that have achieved a lot of big things,
Melaza.
like that, like Terrence Crawford never really like,
Hey,
they don't talk
Phantom
about
Punch
that.
says you also have to take into account his experience in the ring with guys like Loma and Taylor.
Well, look. I take that into account, right? That Teal does have experience when it came to guys that also accomplished some shit in the ring. What you're gonna hear about the Loma situation. Oh, Loma was little, whatever, and that's bullshit because we all know that Tio was the underdog. He was the younger fighter, less experience. Loma should have beat Tio. I don't know what the fuck Loma was doing for like 5, 6 rounds in that whole fight. He literally gave away the first 5, 6 rounds in the fight. It was ridiculous. He didn't throw a lot of punches. So Tio had to weather the back end of the storm, and he did for a young fighter. Teo showed up. So whatever you want to say about that, he legitimately won that fight. Now, when you talk about Shakur Stevenson, Shakur Stevenson, um, look, the Oscar Valdez victory was a good victory, but I just think that Shakur was on a different level than Oscar Valdez, and uh, when you talk about like wins like Albright, because um, tell you the truth, let's see here. Hold on.
Phantom also says also that Steve Claggett fight was underrated experience. Claggett pushed his gas tank and that night leveled up the his output.
Yeah. Okay. Look. Jamel Herring is probably one of Shakur Stevenson's maybe underrated wins. Jamel Herring was a decent and is a decent fighter. And I
Well,
think that what
he's got Pitufo Diaz on his resume.
he's got
Shakur, I'm talking about
Pitufi.
Shakur.
Yes. Okay.
He's got
He's got
he's got
Pedra.
Joel Gonzalez. That's a good Mexican fighter there.
Okay.
He's got Nakafila, the
Yeah.
J- the Japanese guy. He got Jamel. He got Oscar Valdez. He's got Robinson Concenciao. The
Robinson Conceição is a good win. He's the one that lost to Oshazi Foster, right?
yes,
Okay. Yeah.
he's got Yoshino, the Japanese.
Yeah. That
Um,
wasn't nah, that was the one he fought. He had purple gloves on. He kind of
I think
stopped him.
so.
But that guy, didn't they come into that fight? He was undefeated at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah,
You,
Shido was
you
16-0 at the time.
at
Yes,
the
and he
time, right?
stopped him at the sixth round. Yes.
Right, right. I remember that. Okay, go
Um,
ahead.
it- I mean, granted, the fight wasn't what we all expected. But he got De
Yep.
Los Santos on his resume.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Um, Josh Padley came in
As a
undefeated as
late
well.
replay, as a late replacement,
Yeah, and then he also got Cepeda. I gave Cepeda his first loss.
which is probably his
I,
biggest win as far as like recently. Like
correct, as of
it's
late.
big as
Yep.
of late. I think that that's his biggest win. Okay, what is
Now we go to
Teofimo
Teo.
Lopez's biggest win in his last fights?
So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's go 6 after Cambosos, after his loss, right?
Nah, that's too far back, dog.
No, no,
Right?
no. But hear me out, though. Hear me out.
That's that
After
one.
Cambosos, he fought Campa. He ended up knocking Campa out in the seventh. Okay. Fast forward, arguably, depending on who you ask and how they saw the fight, he he won by split decision, but a lot of people saw him losing against Sandor Martin. Now, fast forward that fight, he moves up. I mean, he fights Josh Taylor. That right there was a dominant performance. You got to give him credit
Yeah.
for Josh Taylor. Jermaine Ortiz, another one. Arguably, a lot of people saw Teo lose, but they gave him the UD decision. Then after that, you got Claggett, which again, it was supposed to be a easy in and out. and Claggett took him 12 rounds.
All right. So after Classic was Arnold
Was
Barboza, and then Arnold
Barbosa
Barboza leads us to here. Okay.
correct?
So if we were going off their last opponents, Shakur Stevenson last opponent was William Cepeda. Your last opponent was Arnold Barboza. Who had the tougher fight?
The last fight,
I'm just going off their last fights. Shakur Stevenson fought William Cepeda.
yep,
Teofimo Lopez fought Arnold Barboza. Out of those two fights,
Shakur
who
had the tougher fight,
he had
in
the
my
tougher
opinion.
opponent?
In my
Okay.
opinion. In my opinion.
Who had the better performance?
Um, shit. It's hard to say because Teal was styling on Barbosa that whole fight. So
Not really. Not really. He had to warm up Barboza a little bit. There was a moment where they were just going around looking at each other.
exactly. So I would say I
Okay.
would say I would
Moments.
say I would say Shakur had the tougher opposition. And based on the opposition, I think Shakur probably gave a better performance than Teo.
Against his okay. All
Of
right.
when you're comparing opposition. Now, if Barbosa was to stand and trade with Teo, who knows the outcome of that fight? Because Teo got clipped, and you can tell he
What
got
do y'all think? Chat, what do
hurt a
y'all
little
think?
bit.
What do y'all front lines right here? What do y'all think, man? The chat,
Melasa thinks that he don't see
read
Shakur winning that easy.
read the chat, read the chat, read the chat.
Let's see. Let's go.
Round
Okay,
one,
I
send the
read.
link. Who is that? What?
That's Ahim. I mean Rhoda.
I got you.
Let me see who we at here. Bobos. If you do your research, you know he was
I
injured.
just dropped the link. I'll
Injured
give you a
dummy.
few
Who
minutes if you guys want to
who
come up and share your opinion. I
who
gotta
was
throw up.
injured?
I gotta
Who was?
throw up the
Let me see.
the
Taylor was
defense.
what? That is true, George. He says Taylor was washed when Teal fought him. That's true, but it's
Well,
still it's still a good W though on paper.
isn't Josh Taylor still fighting? All right, then
At
stop it.
47 though, at 47, not at 40.
Yo,
Um, Melasa says
Melasa con
Teofimo.
sabor joining us on the panel.
He
All right,
says
go ahead. Keep reading.
Teofimo can bring excitement.
Malasa, you gotta lower your TV in the background. It's echoing and it's fucking up Frontline's reading. Go ahead, Frontline.
Bobo says Edwin sounded like a casual. Why am I reading Bobo shit?
Don't read Bobo shit no more, man.
Melasa says I don't see Shakur winning easily. Bobo says Edwin loves black.
You
Salam
see?
alaikum.
You see?
Um, Melasa says they are chasing money bag instead of being the money bag. True.
Yep.
Black Diamond PR says Shakur por mucho.
Wow.
Por mucho. That tells you I think he's gonna outclass and he's gonna cover your face. I don't cover your face, bob and weave and show head movement.
Yeah.
Don't let it just sock you like that. You know what I mean?
Yo. I was trying the defense. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know
it didn't work.
what I mean? Yo,
Um
go ahead.
Barbosa Phantom says Barbosa was a tougher opponent, but Teal made it look easier. Okay, I can
Mm,
respect that. George says Shakur had a tougher fight and a better performance. Barbosa is not Cepeda with the high volume. Facts.
okay.
Phantom says Barbosa was undefeated before he fought Teo. Facts. And
Ooh.
and,
But
and
but
so
but
was
William Cepeda was
hold on. It's
undefeated too.
exactly Cepeda was undefeated too before he fought
Undefeated.
Shakur. Dude, I honestly, first of all, Melasa, saludo, papi.
Saludo. Go ahead. Talk. I want to smoke a little. Go.
Um, to be honest, I think that fight is it's gonna be it's definitely a 50-50 fight. Um, but here's the question that I have. I got Shakur, obviously, because he's got a 0.001% of Puerto Rican blood in him. So that's who I go for. And then I want to see if Puerto Ricans are truly easy to beat, like Teo says.
Oh shit.
Um,
We bringing up old wounds. I hear
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Speak
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah,
talk.
yeah.
Talk your talk, baby. Talk it. Come on.
Um, but I don't count Teo out. I
Yeah.
don't count Teo out. And here's why, because it's proven time after time
Yep.
that the best Teo comes up when he has the toughest opposition. And
Right.
we know that.
George Martinez says Josh retired in July. Yeah.
That's new
He
to me.
officially, because he retired already like 2 times, bro. He announced his
Yeah.
retirement and then he came back. Then he came back again. You know how these boxers are, George. They always say they're retiring. Terrence Crawford announced his retirement. Just wait a little. Give it a little. Watch Turkey drop that bag. Guess who's back? Terrence
Yeah.
Crawford. Guess
Facts.
who's Bizak? You know what I mean?
Hey,
Watch.
Bobo
Watch.
says Teo Rand versus Barbosa. I didn't see him running early in the fight. I seen him running when he got clipped by Barbosa. He's like, oh shit.
There goes
And
that
then
casual talk.
he started, taking fighting the distance.
There goes that casual talk where people start copying and printing. He ran against. No, footwork is a part of boxing. You do know that. Just because every time a boxer gets in trouble, tries to reset, now he's running because he's just not being stupid and standing in front of the guy. You need to learn how to separate the difference between footwork that is a part of boxing and actually avoiding and not engaging. When
All
you're
right, let me
avoiding shuffling your feet but not throwing nothing back, like Ringendow, now that's running. Okay? But when you're using your feet to evade, but also got some offense, you're just resetting yourself, looking for different angles, looking for a better entrance, preparing your setups. Maybe you might be fucking shaking off a little cobwebs. You got caught a little bit, so you got to be a little bit elusive. That's not running. Learn boxing, brother.
So let me just finish because I know Melassa got some words to say. I'm gonna just this is like five chats I'm gonna read. Phantom says Cepeda arguably lost to Tevin Farmer though. George Martinez says Cepeda was undefeated with high knockout ratio. Cepeda undefeated with more knockouts. Check Barbosa. Knockout ratio, he can't crack an egg. Bull Rider says, what are the odds today? I Love Boxing says Josh Taylor was unbeaten before he faced Teo. Black Diamond PR says, mi única duda es que Shakur es si asimila en 40. Oh, si es, si se, si, es, o sea, si se es, si se asimila. So basically what he's saying is his only doubt is if Shakur, how would he react at 40?
Yeah,
Um,
and will his fist hold up? That's my only concern. Because if Shakur breaks a hand or damages one of his hands against Teo, it won't be the same like Shakur, damaging his hands against
at,
like a Josh
at,
Padley.
at
Or
35 or 30, yeah.
yeah, it's not gonna be the same. If Teo picks up on the fact that you only got one hand, he's gonna attack you. He's not gonna, and Shakur's gonna be trying to evade, and become the one arm bandit again and win the fight with one arm. I mean, he showed he can do that. He said that he broke his hand in the fight with what, Edwin De Los Santos too, and
Yep.
that he was fighting Edwin De Los Santos with one hand, right? But you can't beat Teo that way. Teo's not that kind of fighter. He's not a sparring partner. If those are my other concerns, is whether or not Shakur Stevenson's physical body can hold up in the match. Let's just remember his last fight with Josh Padley. He wanted a year off and he asked Turkey because he hurt his hand in even that fight. And in that fight, what did he tell us? That his hands were 100%. That he went through his therapy, he went through his thing, and that there's nothing wrong with his hand.
Hey, shout out to Mr. Miyagi with the super chat. Salute, Mr. Miyagi. He says, Teal stopping Shakur. It's all down to hand, foot, speed, and Teal can be patient with his counters, but don't expect an exciting fight for quite a few rounds. Facts.
Did you
Uh,
hear the
fa-
sound effects on that?
no.
Okay.
Phantom says the fight could end up looking like Nassim Hamed versus Kevin Kelly. If Lopez can force Shakur into position where he has to take risks. Bull Rider. I'll look that up right now while Edwin or let Melasa jump in. I'll go look that up right now.
Yo, Malasa, can you hear my voice now? Malasa, frontline. Malasa.
No, I hear you. I just put you on mute. I had to come back.
Oh, but you heard me that whole entire time?
I heard you. Yeah, the whole time. Yeah.
The whole time. Okay. Check this out. There's a button here that says voltage, right? So I'm just hitting it right now. I pressed it to see if it took away my voice or put it on. So now I'm hitting voltage. Now I'm gonna touch the sound effect right here. You gotta let me know if you heard that.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
All right, so that shit didn't work.
Give me a sec. Melasa.
Malasas con sabor. Where you at, bro? Let me take that one off.
Do you have it on mute? Do you have him on mute because he had the background?
Oh shit, I did. I fucking did. I got him on mute. Malasa, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry, buddy.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm like, where the fuck is he? Like, and he's probably yelling, yo, I'm right here, I'm right here.
Yo, you know it.
Oh man. Yo, Malasa, can you hear this?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
No, can you hear the sound effects?
No
sound effects right now?
No. My
Damn it.
freaking dog.
Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out some way, somehow.
Mira.
Anyway, Malasa, how you doing, bro?
Hey,
I'm
Melasa,
doing good.
antes que conteste, the odds for the Teofimo Lopez fight versus Shakur, Teofimo's at plus 260 and Shakur is at minus 350.
What?
So Teo's the underdog.
Teo is the underdog? I don't
Yep.
see it that way. Like, okay, Shakur, we know his hands, whatever. I think getting weight, don't cutting so much weight for the fight will benefit him. Maybe he gonna have more muscles, the bones, protecting. He gonna be more stronger because he's 28 now. He's not freaking 25 or 21. So, and Teo been in the spotlight so many times. Yeah, he have some performance with not pretty good boxers, but this is boxing, and sometimes some other boxers do their thing, But Shakur is good. I'm still waiting for him, and I think it's a lot of pressure in this card. Keyshawn is under, he like to knock down Chuchu Carrington is over there. The ring is now trying to take over New York City. This is their first real main event, like Madison Square Garden. So it's a lot of pressure. He cannot do a stinker. I was talking that in other last night with some
Right.
guys like he cannot afford a stinker, right? Because
Right.
nobody gonna buy you. Yes, you're gonna have your Shakur like any other boxers that have their crowd fan, but that's not enough. And more in American business. So
Here's what I think. First of all, Chino, saludo, papi. Um, what Teal's gonna show up? That's the question.
I think it's gonna be the best Teo.
I think that's a lot of people's question right now. I think what version of Teofimo Lopez are we gonna see? I think that's one of the biggest questions that all the boxing community
Yeah,
and all like the guys are like, because that's everybody says it. Everybody from Tim Bradley to all
yeah.
the top guys that are talking about the fight to all the active fighters, they're always saying that they don't count Teo out because you never know what version of Teo you're gonna get. And
And it's
that's
the
the
same with
consensus.
Shakur. It's the same with Shakur too. What Shakur we gonna see? A
No,
avoiding
well, Shakur
Shakur.
Stevenson, at least he had the performance where he reminded the world that he is Shakur
Yeah,
Stevenson.
yeah.
He
That
stood
that's
there in
last
front
fight.
of Cepeda.
Yep.
No one expected for him to stand straight in front of Cepeda and just be slipping punches and countering like he did. He literally beat Cepeda in his own game.
Yep.
He fought Cepeda in Cepeda's style. You got to respect that.
So I'm expecting that Shakur in with more weight mass. So
Yeah,
his
yeah,
bones, the mass between the bones, everything is gonna be stronger because he's gonna
right.
have more weight. He don't have to cut to 135. Maybe he feel more comfortable in 140. So I see him like that. And Teofimo have a lot of weight in his back. People been talking trash, a lot of copy and paste because
Yep,
it's a lot of
yep.
copy and paste fans.
Right, right, right,
So
right, right.
he got a lot of pressure too
Yep.
to prove that he's the real takeover. Thank God Top Rank now is not around here, so they cannot control like the style for the 2 hours they have in ESPN. So I think both guys gonna perform what we want out of them. I don't think they got, how you say, they cannot afford to stink. None of them, neither
Right, right,
Teofimo or
right,
neither
right,
Shakur, winning or losing. But if you put a
right.
show, they can keep selling and keep having fans. If you
Now,
both stink, you go out. Yeah, you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
have fan here and there, but you're not gonna be the main event setter that American want. Like I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. That's how I see it.
Well,
if
you
we
want to
get
know something? Want to know something? Right? Check this out. Right? Although I'm on the line of where all the propaganda started against fighters like Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, that they're boring fighters. I realized where that first started. That started from the UK. That started from Ed Hearn. Those dudes started calling our American guys boring so that they can get the fans to be like, actually, what you saw wasn't really that entertaining. Now, was it? And they're trying to use that. And it's a real thing now. Although that though Shakur and Devin, they're skilled fighters and they had maybe a bad night in the office, right? Like all fighters do. That's the message that they're putting out. So now the American fighters, their backs against the wall. The image and the stigma that they're trying to put out to these young fighters, that they're not exciting, that they're boring, that they don't deliver knockouts. And then without you getting to see that the people that are actually saying this are coming from that side, and their guys are not getting really good knockouts neither, and not fighting the top guys neither. But in order to get in the room with the Americans, you got to try to bring them down. You got to bring them down, okay? Because they're superstars out here. Shakur is well known. The Teos, the Tank Davises, the Devin Haneys, the Richard Hitchens, all those guys. They always got something to say about them, that they're boring, that they're not this, except Tank, because Tank delivered knockouts, but he's questioning his opponents, right? This is all coming from where? The other
Uh,
side of the pond.
I don't think that too. Well, yes, the other side of the pond, but I think we, the American here too,
Okay.
we
They
got
fed
little
it. Right.
tired of the defensive and no action. Okay,
Oh,
you got to the 12th round, but you can stop in earlier. Like I tell like Haney, bro, you got me out of the couch when you knock out Norman Jr., but then you don't finish up the fight and you have me 12 round watching what? And that part too, some American fans are seeing it.
right.
Like
Eh,
Keyshawn
eh,
bring me style but excitement too.
right.
So
Now the problem is with all that, right? Okay, here it is. This is how it works, right? Okay. When Ed Hearn and all them put out this stigma about American fighters, he has you hyper focus on their performance. That if their performance is not that of a knockout or bringing you blood or anything, he wants you to question it. As long as he puts that doubt in your head, that in actuality, because the performance hurt with Edwin De Los Santos, with Shakur Stevenson, that was a bad performance by far. They used that and went right into Devin Haney, right into Richard Hitchison, right into the rest of our guys. Once they got the message out, you as the American public, some of the guys that have microphones in their face, they got them to go along with it. And they say, you don't want to know what? And
shut
then
up.
as long as you heard another American repeating that, right? You said, oh shit, these guys are repeating it. It must be so. So that's how the attack starts, right? Because same shit that I said in the situation with Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson once upon a time when Lomachenko, they wanted Tank to fight Loma, right? Loma said he had back issues, right? He just won the IBF. He said he had back issues. He was supposed to fight Tank. What did Loma do? Loma stepped back and he said, well, Tank Davis, why don't you fight Shakur Stevenson? And like clockwork, Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis were arguing back and forth on social media. Then he told Dennis Barancek, step back, allow them to knock themselves off, and then the Ukraine still has 2 titles. They could just beat up the last American. They got 2 shots to try to beat them because they went and attacked each other, just like typical Americans.
Yeah, but
All you got to do is say something about them and they'll kill each other.
oh
They'll
yeah,
attack because they're always trying to prove that they're better than the next American one. They're going to outshine, outbling, outtalk, and it's going to be a little distasteful in some of the comments, but that's the good old American way.
Let
So
me
they,
ask y'all this.
they try to use that to have us attack each other.
But mira, like I said, remember, I'm like your father mentality of boxing. I'm like me. I am a bunch of fans. Like I can break you down what I don't like Hitchens. I don't like Hitchens because he run away the last 2 rounds when he think he got the fight in the pocket. Because he don't, a bunch of stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
Haney, like I'm that fan that likes some action and
Can
see
I
the
can I ask you a
boxer.
question? Can I ask you a question? Are you the type of fan that, or let's say gamer that plays Madden and you're getting your ass whooped and you can come back and you're like you start to come back and you're like down by 7, but there's only 30 seconds in the game. And the other guy, instead of playing the game out, he takes a knee. Are you the type of guy that gets mad and says, no, play the game, throw the ball,
Oh no no no
run,
no no
run, run, run? Why are you taking a knee and running the
no.
clock out?
But
You got to give me a chance because you want to try to hit
yeah.
him and get the
But
fumble or maybe
remember,
get an interception.
Evan, remember these guys make money not because that son paid them, not because the Turkey pay them, not because PVC paid them. No, they
The
make money by
fans.
putting assets in the share
Yeah,
and people buying pay per view. If
right.
I don't like your performance, I'm not gonna buy your product, and that's what is
Yeah,
been happening. Like people
yeah,
are not liking those performance. Some people,
right.
but the core fan that gonna buy tickets and buy the pay per view, they don't like it. And I'm not saying you are a good defensive, but give me some action. Finish the fight. The judges don't need to win your
You're
fight. You
right.
can win it.
So
You're good.
You're
Haney's
right.
good. He got power. I'm not saying Peter went because he
You're
dropped
right.
people, but he don't finish it up, and that's what the
You're right.
fan is not liking it. It's not
Yep.
because other people are saying it. It's because
Yep.
what I'm watching,
And I'm glad
I don't
you're
like
bringing
it.
this up. I'm glad you're bringing this up too because you see that's what Ed Hearn and a lot of guys use, and at some point we have fault. The American fighter has fault. Okay, what they did say about us hurt because some of it was true. And we as American guys have gotten spoiled. We're
Yep.
spoiled as boxers.
Yeah.
Some of us got to a certain level and just think we made it. Keyshawn got to that level with that belt, was champion for 10 seconds, and he
Talking about
lost his mind.
how he
He
fucked
lost
it
his
up so
mind.
bad.
How did he fuck that up? Right. What a meltdown, right? Because he thought that he was Keyshawn the businessman. He went and bought himself that little chain, you know what I'm saying? And they lose their mind. And, on the low, not to put some of these boxers out there, it's nothing like that. But, I don't want to put nobody down, but I know that half those chains that they wear are fake. Half of them that got
You
those
know,
chains, they
glass.
that shit is sterling silver. Like designed well from jewelers, yeah, but most of that shit is fake. And he let a fake chain and a belt for 10 seconds get to his head like that. Like you had a meltdown like that bad. So um
Imagine if Suriel did that in his show over there in New York. How his fans will react.
I don't
You
know.
know.
That would have been crazy.
So
You
he
know,
did
yo,
that
let
to
me
his
ask you guys
fans in
something. If
yeah,
Virginia.
yeah,
That's
if
crazy.
if
yeah.
we get the best version of Shakur and we get the best version of Teo, that fight will be fucking entertaining. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, but it
I'm
will be.
expecting for that. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting
Jesus Christ, that would
entertaining
be a
fight.
real fight. Now wouldn't
That
it?
would be a fire fight, and I think people would be more intrigued.
Jesus Christ, if they both went out there and just said fuck it and threw caution to the wind, and not recklessly,
Yeah.
but skillfully, but
Oh
just
my God,
show their real true skill
dude,
and let it fly.
that might
Jesus
be fight of the
Something
Christ.
gonna have
century.
Jesus
a
Christ, would that
resonance.
be a fight?
That would
Oh
be
Well,
fight of
my
the century.
God.
I'm not asking for Matias and Smith like go like that, but if you show your skill and you fight and you put a freaking
No, that's
excitement,
exactly what I'm
the
asking.
fan base gonna come. The chair's gonna get filled
That's
up.
exactly
Everything.
what I'm asking for because Sabir turned Dalton Smith into a different fighter. He
Yep.
made Dalton Smith fight him, and Dalton Smith bit down on the mouthpiece and said, "Let's go, mofo." And
And
he,
after 5 rounds, did you see Dalton's face? He looked like he was in a 12-round war.
yeah,
Yeah.
listen,
Both guys.
look,
Both
both
guys.
them guys, both of them, um, um, they went all out, balls to the wall. Pause.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like they, if Teo and Shakur did
Yeah.
that.
But
Dude,
and more
it'll
skillful.
they might steal fight of the year with that performance.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, would that
And
be
you know the
interesting?
money that's gonna come after that because
Yep.
everybody wanna watch Shakur.
Oh my
Everybody
God,
wanna
that
watch
would be
Shofimo.
intense.
Forget,
If
you
I
know.
saw the real Shakur like run out there and just try to invade and like who and T.O. swinging like mother like yo, that would be bananas. That would be bananas, bro.
Everybody will
But
buy.
these guys are gonna try to fight intelligent. They're gonna be cautious. Like you guys are right. When Devin Haney dropped Brian Norman Jr., bro, he showed that intensity and ferocity of trying to take the guy out. He did the same thing he did to Regis Progress. He pieced up Regis Progress, dropped him, and then put it in cruise control. And you're right. We as fans, we listen. We buy plane tickets. We fight traffic. We
Yeah.
have to get hotel reservations. We got to deal with cities we're not familiar with, and we do all this for the love of the game and for you not to give us everything. You know,
That's an
we
insult.
we paid for this, Devin. Like Devin, this is listen, Devin, you've already proven you're a skilled boxer. Fuck that. We want to see that you're a skilled killer. If you're gonna call yourself a king, you got to do king shit. Okay? You can't be this dominant fighter going to decision every time. You gotta show us that if you get the guy in trouble, you're not playing it safe. That you're here to give us a performance, entertain us,
And to
give us
win, you know.
blood. No, as a boxing fan, I want blood. Knockouts never get old. That's why I
Hell
watch
no.
boxing. That shit never gets old.
Never. They are so
Okay?
awesome.
Okay? So finish him. You know, like in the game, finish him. Motherfucker, finish him. Devin, like, bro, but Devin, you're coming, I gave you the Jose Ramirez fight. You did show up in the Brian Norman Jr. fight. You did show up, but Devin, um, I need more out of you, kid. I need you to stop some fighters, Devin. You need to shut up these critics. You need to sell out in some of the fights. You need to be vicious. You
I
need to be aggressive. You need to be, but all calculated,
yeah.
but don't second guess yourself. And I'm not telling you to Devin to go in there, throw caution to the wind. No, there's a smart way to go on about that, Devin. But show us. Show us that you're always looking for the knockout. Look at Xander had his guys in a lot of trouble. And Xander going in looking for knockouts, he got clipped a couple times. But you think that stopped him?
Hell no.
He would shake that off and then go right back at it. I'm trying to knock you out. And you could see the intensity on fighters like that. Okay? Devin, that's what we're asking from you.
Hey, real
Richard
quick, Mr.
Hitchens,
Miyagi with the
the
super chat.
same fucking shit
Oh,
with
super
Richard
chat. Super
Hitchens.
chat.
What's up, Mr. Miyagi? Read that super chat.
Zab, Mosley, and Marcus showed the punches that are effective against the Philly shell.
Yep. Sure
And
did.
look,
Sure did.
Sab Judah, 10 losses, and every time he went to a stadium, he fill it up. It's not about the loss or the zero. People, when you give something to the people gonna react back to you and support
Yeah.
you and
Yeah.
buy you and stuff. But if
Right.
you don't give nothing, you don't feed the customer, the people, they won't they're gonna bury you, or like we
Right.
did a lot of time, we turn the TV off
Right.
and say F boxing. I'm not watching it no more.
Hey,
And I don't
Blaze.
want
Right.
that.
Blaze
Right.
says,
Right.
I think we're going to get Teo and Shakur at their best this fight.
I
I
hope
I
hope
so.
hope
so.
so. I hope
I
I
so.
hope so.
I hope so. Yeah.
It'll be a banger, but don't forget
Yes, it
the
will.
31st. We also got it. Fun. Here's a fun fact: Xander's the first Puerto Rican to defend and unify he's the first Puerto Rican to unify and defend in Puerto Rico. No Puerto Rican champion has ever um unified in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Where did
So
he
Bomba
win
this
the
is
belt
Gonzalez,
at? What city did he win the belt in?
it was against Chino
Yeah, but where was that?
Garcia. I don't
Hold up, I'll get
remember.
it right now. I'll get it right now. I have it. Give
yeah,
me a
but
couple
Bomba
seconds.
Gonzalez, the first Puerto Rican, to go to Japan and beat two champions to become
Yes.
unified. Like that's, and he's a janitor. Every time they say no, he's a taxi driver,
No, he's
whatever.
not a
I gotta,
janitor.
He
He's a
fought
yeah,
at New
he
York
counselor.
called
City,
it.
No,
Madison
he's
Square
a
Garden.
counselor. He's a
What?
counselor for kids, for the youth at en la escuela de
No,
Puerto Rico. Yeah, él es un
no,
counselor.
he's a janitor in the college in Humacao College. Yeah, he is, and he's all right. He make his money and stuff, and he's
Yeah,
good.
it's
But
all
that's
right.
what I'm saying. Don't never say, "Oh, this boxer is a taxi cab or is an
Oh,
electrician or stuff like that." Then
tienes
it's
razón.
no,
You know who I'm
that
thinking about? I'm thinking about René Santiago, el
yeah,
chulo.
that sometimes yeah they have two jobs because they're not making it yet in boxing and they need
Well,
to feed
well,
and eat. But
the truth about boxing, a good 90% of all boxers have jobs. Not every boxer, there's a small percentage, like 10%, that boxers that can come up and they have the backing behind them that they're able to just focus 100% on boxing. A lot of these boxers started families early, they have kids, and they have to pay their bills, and boxing is not doing that for them. It's beautiful when you see a boxer get to that pinnacle where they can quit their day job and they have enough money or have built enough little nest egg where that they can focus on their fighting career full time. That's what happens. So all these boxers from come from all there's probably been a boxer in history that worked at McDonald's. I bet you there was.
hell yeah,
I bet you, I guarantee it, there was some guy out there that was working at a McDonald's and then boxing. There's one that was working as a janitor, as a electrician, as a carpenter, and they did all that on. And boxing was their side thing until it became their real job. You got to
Rocky
make that
Marciano used
transition.
to be
Not
a labor
everybody
guy.
comes out with a boxing promoter or has the backing of all this. Like, no, it's not like that. Not everybody's dad
No,
was a former world champion and had a
no,
couple bucks to support his son.
yeah, no.
No, no.
Sander
So
Sayer's career, not every boxer got that you can be 16 and be trained and this company
yeah,
gonna put
yeah,
money behind
yeah.
you and
But
stuff.
Xander had a good backing,
Yeah.
and he
So
had a better mother. Like
so
Xander's mom, she was like committed to Xander's career. Okay, Xander's mom backed Xander's career. Like wherever Xander needed, or he needed equipment or whatever, Mom Dukes backed him. Just like Jermaine Ortiz's mom, she's a entrepreneur too. She also like has a couple business and venderas. And shout out to those kind of moms that
hell
really
yeah,
back
shoot
their
out to those
son.
moms
Yeah, shout
and
out to those
dads
single
too.
moms and things like that really got behind their sons and stuff and allowed their sons to become the kind of fighter. Jermaine worked at a house and where they sold like houses. What do you call that? A real estate company?
Realtor.
A realtor? That's what Jermaine was doing. Jermaine was doing that when he came into the Loma fight. Jermaine still
People
had a
forget
job.
that. People forget that, and
Jermaine
people.
still, yeah, Jermaine said he couldn't leave his job. And shout out to Jermaine for being a hell of a father to his daughter. Like Jermaine, like he got like his only daughter, and like he's really active in her life. Like he's always coming, scooping her up, and doing stuff with her. Like he balances his life, and this is tough.
Hey,
At the
Captain
same
said
time,
Buster Douglas worked for UPS when he signed the Tyson fight.
look at
Yeah.
that. Look at that. Look at
That
that.
and
You know, and these guys,
oh,
bro.
Shakur fought an electrician. Yeah, but was a freaking fighter. Yes, was
Yeah,
2 days notice and stuff, but he was a
right,
freaking boxer at the end
right.
of the day.
Yeah. Not Nava, Nieves. Nieves was a teacher from New York, and he fought Neo Inoue, the Puerto Rican dude.
Hey, I always fuck up his name, but it's Fulcom, I think. The kid from Houston. He
Oh
was a
no,
he's a paramedic.
Foster.
A
No.
paramedic.
He's a paramedic, and he
Oh,
left
I
the
know which one you're
Fol-
talking about. I
Fulcrum.
know which one. I know which.
Darius or Darian, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He has a
He's
yeah,
he's a he's an EMT and he
yeah,
fights.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, dude, you gotta be up there in order to get to be able to leave
Mm-hmm,
the middle class or the working class, and
mm-hmm.
or like you said, like for an example,
Or you gotta get
Zayas,
you no, you gotta
One
get discovered early. Okay,
early.
yes.
because look at this. Fighters like Shakur Stevenson and Floyd Mayweather didn't have the backing financially. Like Floyd had like his uncles Roger that fought, but they were poor. They ran through their money before Floyd Mayweather was like
Hell
16.
yeah.
What happened with Floyd is he was discovered and people believed in him. There were men that helped Floyd, that sponsored him early. There were people that sponsored Shakur Stevenson really early. So Shakur never really had to work, and neither did Floyd, because although they didn't have that father or whatever, they got recognized,
Yeah, the
and
Olympics.
they were
Those medals
able,
helped.
yeah, they were able to concentrate on the Olympics as an amateur because people saw the talent that they were. So they were discovered. That's the difference between a person that wasn't discovered, like Jermaine
Well,
Ortiz,
look at what
and he
Captain
had to
says.
get it out the mud.
Ivan
Josh
Calderon,
Padley has to get it out the mud.
Ivan Calderon had a job in el municipio in Puerto Rico while he was in camp.
Yeah,
Then,
yeah,
So it
like
goes to show you that, I mean, Xander Zayas, yeah, he's lucky he got parents that he got.
no, and Xander got discovered.
And he was signed with Top Rank, I think, at what,
He got
16?
discovered.
Correct.
because it
He
wasn't
got
Cororengo. What will
he
happen
got
with Suriel Matias?
yes, they discovered him. There's very
Nothing.
few people that get that kind of discovery of, you know what I'm saying? But there's people that truly got it out the mud. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Terrence Crawford had the kind of money or backing. Terrence Crawford, once Sean Porter called him in to spar him, and Sean Porter seen this kid from Omaha with no coach, no backing, just asked him come out here. He didn't even have all his equipment. I think Sean gave him some to Terrence. Terrence got in that ring and was like, "Thank God that's not what boxing's about. Boxing's about this, Sean Porter." Whoa, 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 whoa. And he put and then Sean Porter made some phone calls and bought Terrence Crawford out of his contract with the small promoter he was with. You know, he discovered, and then he brought him to him. You understand?
Yo,
Like,
that's true. What Diego said. That's why boxing dad and son duels need more credit. The son only has to worry about the sport. The
right.
dad has to worry about the bills,
The
got to worry
bills, the
about keeping it.
finances,
Yeah,
everything.
all that shit.
Shout
Yeah.
out to Brian Norman Jr. Shout out to
Floyd
Bill
Schofield,
Haney, Floyd Schofield. You know, to all those fathers. Shit. Shout out to
Teofimo.
Floyd Senior, Mayweather Senior. Yeah, he was criticized for treating Floyd like he lived in a boot camp. He didn't let Floyd hang out on the block. He didn't let Floyd play around with the women. He kept drugs and alcohol out of Floyd's hands. He protected Floyd for all those years. He was strict. Okay? Yeah, he was a hard father.
But
But
Boo
look at his
Tennis is the
product.
same way.
Look at his product. Look at his product.
Mm-hmm.
I
Boots
can't
Ennis is the
complain with
same
that.
thing.
Yeah.
Boots Senior took him.
Shout out to Bruce Ennis. Yeah, it hurts your son. Yes. And it's a scary situation because if you release your son into the world, there's a chance this world is going to swallow your son whole because he's going to fall for many pit traps that you kept him away from, meaning women, drugs, and alcohol, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. If you sheltered him away from the world, there's a
You
possibility
want to come in?
he's not gonna be the sharpest knife
Right there.
in the drawer when it's time to attend to the world. I gotta mute you here for a second. So it's like, look, I understand, but at some point you're gonna have to take the training wheels off your son. And you're gonna have to bank on the fact that everything you taught him, it holds up. It holds up. I hope you trained your son well, like in reference to like fighters like Jaime Munguia. Jaime Munguia was a good kid, and he's still a good kid. I know his background. They did the same thing to Jaime Munguia. They sheltered him from the rest of the world. They kept him focused on his talents in boxing. So all Jaime Munguia really knew was the fighter life. If you didn't talk boxing, talk to me about boxing, they kept you away from him.
Till they
But
took him to the strip club.
But what happened? You see, that's where I was going. You know about it then. You see? You know about it. That girl ate his like the world is gonna eat him up. He put on his cape. It's time to save this hoe. Listen, I don't mean to call her that, dog, but I'm sorry. You met her in a she was a hoe. Okay? You met her there. Jaime, I'm not sure if you even think about this, but how many dudes she was with before you ran into her? Dog, I'm not, you're not supposed to wipe that up. We go there, have a good time. That's why we pay to leave. I don't pay her for the booty. I pay for her to stay there. You don't come with me when I leave. Here's yours. Stay. When I come back, we'll have some fun later. Okay? But this motherfucker took her home and put a ring on her finger. And you can see where he's not street educated. He's just not. And in some situations, the world will blind you and you'll look at her beauty and say, you only did this, honey, because you were forced to. Now you have me here and I will take this all away. It doesn't work that way, homeboy. And he's going
Hey,
to soon find that out.
and shout out to the boxing promoter for dude. January has been stacked with a lot of good cards. Yo, next week we got Moratayev and Cruz. That's gonna be a banger. Fucking the 31st, we got the Teo card and we got the Zayas card. Two banging ass cards. Unmute Melasa because he's
Oh
trying to.
shit, my bad. Melissa. Yo, you got
What's
too
up?
many pots and pans bouncing around back there. I was in the flow. I had to like mute you for a
it's because I
second.
was playing fucking GTA. My bad.
Come on, man.
I
You got
thought
too
that,
much.
that you cannot hear
Man,
that.
I can hear all that shit.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm saying?
God.
You over here pulling people out of cars, talking about break yourself, smacking. You know what I mean? I can't have that on the show,
My
bro.
bad.
You
I
know what I
thought that.
mean?
Damn.
You're in the
This mic
middle
is
of
good.
robbing a store. You know what I mean? In GTA. Yo, that
You
fucking
know
game.
what I
That game
cannot
is
do in
crazy.
real life, I can do it in a video game. I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
play
The
that
game
guy
is
there
crazy. The game
and
is
leave it
crazy.
in.
But
But anyway,
Yeah.
but Morataya Cruz next week. Stack
oh,
card.
that fight is gonna be good. I don't know what is in the card because they haven't told us yet.
Man,
But
Here,
fuck
I'll
the
tell you. I'll
card.
tell you right now. I got it up. You got George Ruiz versus Austin Joel.
Yep.
You got Zaquin Moses versus Leandro Damian Medina. You
what is the
got,
records?
oh, I don't know all that.
Okay, okay.
Caipo Gallegos versus Wilson Aquinocho. Ronnie Alvarez versus Braulio Matias Ferreira.
The hell
Omari Jones versus Jerome Baxter.
Murray Jones, huh?
Yeah,
Amari Jones, I
I
think
want
I
to see
heard
that.
that name
I want to see him
before.
come
that's the
up.
Orlando kid.
The Orlando kid, right? Yeah, I want to see
Amari
more of him.
Jones, right? That name was the
Yeah,
only one that
he's
came
a
to my head.
he's a problem at 54. I'll let you know that right now. You got
Yeah.
Harley Mederos versus Renny Viamonte Mastrapa.
Damn, what a name.
Yeah, you got Israel Madrimov
¿Qué
versus
es tu
Luis
teta, chica? ¿Qué es? Come on, get inside.
Here we
Luis
go.
David Salazar.
Yep.
Khalil Cole versus Jesse Hart, and then
Khalil Cole.
Raymond Murataya versus Andy Cruz.
Listen, great. I respect all the fighters on the card and everything, but for me, this is the time where we're gonna get some answers out of Andy Cruz. Is he him? I mean, all you guys are talking about Andy Cruz is gonna wipe down Morataya. Andy Cruz is the next phenom. Andy Cruz this, Andy Cruz that. Really, with all 6 fights, okay, great. If Andy Cruz is gonna do some Naoya Inoue shit in 6 fights, become a world champion, well, then let me see that. I want to see it. I want to see that. I want to
Me
see
too.
him walk in there and just take Garcia as his fighter and just wipe the floor like you guys are saying. Like everybody's bought into Andy Cruz. I'm like, okay, look,
Oh yeah.
I get it. Sometimes when fighters turn in like to other fighters, I feel like they're searching for their identity. Andy Cruz seems to be more like Jerron Boots Ennis, more fights than rather himself. So I'm saying to myself, okay, you're starting to look a little flashy, a little exciting, pa pa pa. Raymond Moratai is a big boy for that
Yes.
weight division. He's
And
a
he could
big
crack.
boy. He can
Yes.
crack, okay? And for all the shit talking about Raymond Morataya, well, then I'm like, okay, I want to see this. I want to see this Andy Cruz kid come out with his little gold medals and prove to the world that he's him. But you
You
know
know,
what? I got to see that first to
you know what
believe
I can
it.
see happening too, Edwin?
What?
The same thing that happened with the other Cuban boxer, Joanny Teles.
How many? Which one? Which one? You
Nah,
want to
nah.
talk about
They ain't.
Robesi?
Nah.
Joanny Teles.
Me, I'm
Telles.
all the Cuban boxers I've been watching here and there. But Andy Cruz got something so special. As soon as I saw him in the ring, was something that clicked on me. Like, oh shit!
What?
And I
What?
keep
What?
watching his 6 fights. I watch all his fights since
They're
he's
all the same for me.
But
They're
yeah,
all
and,
the
and
same.
the
It's fucked up
boots.
to say that, but they're all the same for me. All them
But
Cuban fighters, they come over
no,
here, they come to America way past their prime.
yes,
They
yes,
come
that's
over
their problem.
here old as fuck, and
Yep,
Cuba done took the best years of their life.
yep,
If we got some of them Cuban fighters that came over here young enough,
ooh,
like that other kid, what's that kid? He's pretty young. He's a Cuban fighter. There's this one kid that he's pretty good. I'm not. I
I know,
fucking forgot
I
his
know what
name.
you think. That he don't went to the Olympics. He just jumped in that. Yo, what they
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
do
yeah,
to come here is too much.
I guess he got away from them somehow early enough, but he's fairly young. But if you talking about the best Cuban boxers that's ever crossed the pond, it's the same story. They're fucking good. We just never see them long enough. What do
Yep,
we get from them? 10 fights?
that's the
10
problem.
fights.
That's
And
the
their career
problem.
is over.
Yep,
Like
sadly,
over. Like
sadly.
it's
And
the
it's not
same
our
fucking
fault. It's not
thing.
their fault. It's not their
I
fault neither.
know. I know. But look at Andy Cruz. How old is Andy Cruz right now? Uh
Close to the
He's up
30s.
there. He's up
he's
there.
like 29, 28, some shit
Hold on,
like that.
I'll
No
tell you
more.
right now.
I think he's in the 30.
Is he? No, don't even say that, bro. Because the
Hold on. Andy
huh?
Cruz, yeah, he's 30.
Huh?
That's not. Yes,
Andy Cruz
that's
is 30.
sad, bro. That's because they take all their freaking prime, everything out of them, and
They
then oh yeah,
take
you
the
can go.
fighter. They what they give us to us in America is a fucking watered down version of what they could have been.
But I think in the Ennis camp and stuff like that, I like him.
No
Like what I've
wonder.
been
No
watching.
wonder they're rushing them along with 6 fights. Well,
Yeah,
it's either now or
10 rounds.
never. You're already
Yeah,
30 years old.
you cannot do 4 rounds, 6 rounds, 8 rounds. No, no, no. You go straight to 10, and now you're
Straight,
going.
you
Yeah,
gotta so in actuality, this is his shot. He's got one shot in an audition to be a world champion,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah, and Muratay is not easy work. I'm not saying he's gonna
No, he's
walk
not.
through and
If
no,
you
no,
think
no, no, no.
Garcia, if you think Garcia is just gonna hand that title to Andy Cruz, y'all are fucking mistaken. Fucking and Garcia is gonna come up with a hell of a game plan. He's a hell of a coach, man. You know what I mean? And Garcia's not. He ain't no
Yes,
stupid coach.
no,
You know,
no.
and I'm gonna tell you right now, who got the better coach? Andy Cruz or Raymond
By
Morataya.
by papers, Raymond Murataya. By
Raymond
papers,
Morataya got the better coach, not even by papers, just hands down.
You
Bozy
don't
Ennis
think
ain't
Boots
got
is
that many world champions. He don't got that many fighters.
Boots,
He does not have the
he
the
got
the,
a
the
good son, and he have trained his son
oh,
good.
you got one fighter. He
That
oh my god.
yeah, Edwin is right in that one. I cannot argue that point because he's right. Like Garcia is better trainer overall. Like have more champions, have
Way
more
more.
pedigree. He was in the ring and failed, so he
And
know what not to do.
even as a fighter, Garcia, just his fighting career, like he's just his overall, his sons fought too. Just his upbringing in boxing, Bozy Ennis can't hold fucking Garcia's fucking sparring helmet. Like, and when it comes to the like experience and being in boxing matches, no, Bozy Ennis is respect to him and what he's done, but not on that level. So as the coaches go, he's got the better coach. I think technically he has the better fighter. Um, Andy Cruz got to come out and prove it to the world. This is his moment. This is his stage. This is
Yeah,
it.
that
And
this
if
is
Andy
it.
Cruz is
That's
gonna,
it.
that's it. This is it. Do or
If
die.
he fail, he fail, and
Do or
we're
die
not
right here. It's right
right.
here.
So that's the reason I think Andy gonna give us a good performance, gonna show us what he got. I like him, right?
Yeah.
I like him, like his smile,
Right.
everything out of him. I like him,
Right. Right.
but this fight is tough as hell. This is not a walk in the park. This is not a easy
I don't think it
no.
is. I don't
This
think it
is
is. I
like
don't
you
think it
say,
is.
do or die.
Mhm.
And I think Andy have a lot of talent,
Yo,
right?
yeah, yeah. It would be amazing actually to see Andy Cruz bring another world title to Bozy. You know
Oh
what I'm saying?
yes,
Because as a
yes,
coach, you are valued by your wins and losses as a coach. Unfortunately, right? You are. And to bring him another title will really give him the credibility as that coach trainer that he seeks and the respect that he, as him, his product, where he can bring a fighter to. So it would really show. But he did get a remarkable talent in Andy Cruz. So let's not say that he molded Andy Cruz from the beginning. No. Andy Cruz came to him as a polished fighter. You had to work with what he got and make him better and transition from that amateur style that he has to a more pro style. You see what I'm saying? So
yep.
he did have to work with him in that regards. Yes. Okay. But he did get a polished fighter. So it would speak to him as a coach. So shout out to Bozy Ennis and them and what they're going and shooting for. Good luck to Andy Cruz. I wish him the best in the fight. Shout out to Morataya and Garcia. I wish them the best. Hold on. I wish them the best and success. I cheer for both sides, and I talk both sides up. I'll bring you the pros and cons and some of the what I think about the fighters. But at the end of the day, we need to talk both these fighters up because when you beat him, you got to give him credit for beating that guy. I'm tired of the fact that every time these fighters get victories, the other guy turns into a cab driver basically overnight.
Right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, he was
He
nobody. He
was
was a
nobody.
washout. He was no, no,
Chino
no.
Chino Perez coming into the Xander fight, he beat the best number one contender in Conwell, but no sooner that Xander beat him, Chino turned into nobody. He was
Yeah,
well,
just he was
yeah.
well, you
just
know what though?
hotness coming off his last fight and coming into the fight with Xander. Most people said
It's a
Xander
bomb.
got
Watch out,
problems
bomb.
against Chino because Chino beat Conwell, and we believe Xander cannot beat Conwell. Okay,
And,
and
and
then no sooner that Xander made it look easy,
yeah,
Chino turned into a cab driver.
Here's what I got to say about that. The Mexican fans.
fuck them.
I'm sorry I got to say this, but I
I
got to
heard that.
say it. The Mexican
Right,
fans
man.
are not like the Puerto Rican fans. If
Ah,
our guy loses, we stand with him and we'll still
that's
support
not
him.
true. That is not true.
The
because no
Mexican
sooner,
fans,
nope, 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 nope.
hold on.
Is
The
Saul
Mexican
Canelo
fans,
Alvarez lost and they fucking supported him. Isa Pitbull Cruz lost and they fucking supported him.
it's a
Ryo
handful. It's a
Ryo
handful.
lost.
How?
Ryo
How?
lost. They supported him.
With excuses. They don't support them. They're making excuses for their
Well,
loss.
The
That's
point
what
I'm
they
getting
do.
across, though, the point I'm getting across is the minute that a Mexican fighter loses to a fighter, for an example, when Nestor Bravo knocked out Campas, all of a sudden Campas is garbage. He's trash. When um shit, who else was when Subriel beat Valenzuela and the Goyas fight and como el otro que was a cop.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, but from Goyas Valenzuela, they say he was a bomb and shit. Was pasado.
yeah.
Then in the
So
other fight, he knocked down Lindolfo Delgado in the 12th round.
a
He knocked him
lot of
down.
them, always downplay their fighter, the Mexican side. A lot of them downplay their fighters after a loss. Us, on the other hand, we stand like Matias lost to Dalton Smith. Se
come
jodió
on,
Edwin.
baby. Oh my God, my weather's bad. The
Se
weather.
jodió Edwin.
No, the
That's right. Keep
weather.
me up there. Keep me up
Are
there.
you there?
Stop it. You don't get the big screen.
No, no.
Stop it.
Edwin is the main event in this channel.
That's it.
um,
The
He's
main
the main
event.
event.
but
That's the
but what
reason
I
he's got the face and we don't, because Edwin is the main event.
The main event.
um
Frontline trying to take main event. What's going on? Yeah.
um it's just one of those things that we stand by our guys. We support them. Win, lose, or draw. Doesn't matter. We don't hide. Uh-oh.
We don't
Yo,
make excuses.
Yo,
That's
that's
what
frontline.
Chacletazos
happened.
incoming.
Frontline. Yo,
We
listen,
don't we
change,
don't make
change.
excuses. If you
Huh?
see, like
Huh?
when Cruz was fighting and he lost and stuff, oh, the referee, the other guy was a runner, the
Yeah,
lights,
yeah,
they make
yeah.
all type of excuses why he lost. Mira, cabrón,
Well,
lost and that's it.
Subriel got knocked out. We lost. That's it. Guess what? He lost before. He came back and became champion.
And he gonna win, and we
And
got
he's gonna
another
do it again.
fighters and everything.
And he's
But
gonna
I'm
do it
not gonna
again.
make excuses because my guy lost, and I'm gonna make this storyline. Nah, motherfucker, I lost. It's okay. We're gonna win next time. Fuck it. But yeah, the Mexican, if they lost by the scorecard, it was a robbery or everybody was against them. It's a lot of
I think
stuff is
nah,
different.
nah, 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 nah. You want to know exactly what I think when it comes to that? What we're close to is the American Mexican. You got to remember that. So a lot of what you hear are like American Mexicans that been Americanized. That once your fighter loses, they kind of don't show support. But I bet you, if you were in Mexico, you might hear a different tune. You might see the support for their
Maybe
fighters
True, true,
firsthand.
true, true.
Firsthand,
That
yeah.
makes
So
sense. That makes
yeah,
sense. That makes
yeah.
makes
sense.
So
sense.
what you're seeing is a lot of Americanized Mexicans voice their opinions, and I don't think that that's so. So we gotta kind of like back because in Puerto Rico, you can see when our guys lose, we still love them, we still show them support, we still rock with them,
Yep.
but we're seeing it firsthand
But
because we're there. You
you
see
But
know
what
here's
who's
we're
gonna
another
be
about
thing.
that,
the worst fan base,
and
and
we're
this
we're
gonna
we're
hurt them.
actually that
If a Cuban
ethnicity.
listen to this, it's gonna hurt them. But that's the worst fan base boxing in the planet. If their
What
guy
is
lose, they destroy it. If their guys win, they destroy it too, and they find 20,000 reasons why they suck. Like, bro, they just brought you a
Americans?
freaking title.
No,
No,
he's
no,
talking
no.
about the Cubans.
The
Oh, the
Cubans,
Cubans.
bro, if they win a
No, they throw
title,
you away
it's
like
bad.
trash.
If you win a title, they throw you trash. If you lose, they throw you trash. If you good a good performance, is Joe is so insane, so
Right,
toxic
right.
that I understand why the boxers don't get so motivated, because doesn't matter what they do, they just bury them. I'm like, bro, if you don't support your boxer, who the hell gonna do it?
Right,
We're not gonna do it for you.
right, right,
I
right,
don't
right.
know.
But there was a time in boxing where the only Latin strong community that was allowed into America and was considered like American was Puerto Rican. So there was a time in America where a lot of Latin people that were in America were silent. They couldn't make noise. They were illegal in here. A
Yep.
lot of Venezuelans,
Yep. Yep.
Ecuadorians, Mexicans. So they were silent, but they were here. So when you saw a lot of the Latin people coming out, it was who that was supporting most of these Latin fighters from all over the world, whether you were Venezuelan, Mexican, Guatemalan. It was Puerto Ricans.
Yep.
Puerto Ricans were the ones in the forefront saying, "Yeah, Saul, let's go. Come on, Julio Cesar Chavez." It was us that was there giving the Latin fighters a voice because it really didn't matter because there was a time where Puerto Rican fighters weren't up there, but we had Latin fighters. And since we weren't afraid to be in the front line, until things started changing, now things are getting worse. I can see that with this ISIS thing and shit's getting worse. But there was a point in time where then the Mexicans were accepted. They were here. We couldn't deny it. They were here and they had a voice. Then they were strong enough to cheer for their own guy and be proud. You see? And it was a beautiful thing. So, and then when it came to now Puerto Ricans fighting, and now we were divided. We had to pick a side now. But as for Latin culture, the beautiful thing about Latins, though, that if there weren't a lot of us together, if you did speak the language, we got around each other. And
Yeah.
sometimes we didn't get along. Some of us, our older guys, are real stubborn. I can remember growing up as a child and them
Yeah.
saying, F the Dominican dudes, like my grandparents, they were like real
Yep.
mad about them and there was a real thing. And then the Dominicans were Americanized. They started having kids here. You can tell the Dominicans from America from the Dominicans that come straight from the island. You could tell them apart quick. I can go to New York and see a Dominican born
Yep.
raised American and they're way different. You could see them, they got all gold teeth, they sitting there line up, they got there like this, like what motherfucker like that, you know what I'm saying? They're not like the ones that get off the boat. You could tell they
Yeah.
got the bright shirt
The
on with the
culture.
flowers, with the shoes with no socks on and ashy feet. Bro, you just came from the island, right?
Yeah. Be
They
like
carry
that.
themselves completely different day and night. So I've learned that. Life has taught me that. Through going through my experience through life, I've met a lot of races and different ethnicities and cultures, and I've experienced a lot, and I've learned that. I've
They
learned that.
divide us. You don't remember when try to divide the Puerto Ricans? Like,
Oh
no, if
no,
you're from the
they do that
island,
every
you're
day. They do
this.
that.
If you're from the
Yeah, that's a
state,
different
and they want
conversation.
no and no, 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 no.
Yeah,
We
yeah, yeah.
they
That's
like that stuff to me, because I
yeah,
was in the island for back then. So they
yeah.
they lie it, they fed that stuff. So I was one of those that no, if you
Right.
don't born in the island, you're not. When I cross to the state, I learn, I understand, I see how the cousins are with me and stuff, how they help me,
Yeah.
how
Everything
the
changes.
culture that my mind was, and then I saw my nephews growing up and everything in the state. Like I was like, wait a minute, that was a big lie. When I went to Chicago and I
Right.
saw all the towns, and I saw the Bandera to Bandera, the Roberto Clemente School, all that
Yep.
stuff blow my mind. Like, wait
Right.
a minute, I'm in Puerto Rico. I think like I go to all these streets. Oh, I'm in Rio Piedra. And they fed us that life for years, bro. And
No, they
then
fed me that lie too. They fed
and
me
then
that lie
these
too.
kids grow up in the state like
Yeah, I was
having
a victim of
resentment
that.
to us because
Yeah.
we're saying you're not, but we even knew. So that's the reason I talk to a lot of these young kids from, no, bro, you got
Right.
it
Right.
wrong. That
Right.
was a big
Right.
lie. That was
Yo,
a
you
Right.
know what gets me the mad as fuck is when I go to Puerto Rico and they're introducing me to like my family's or my wife's side of the family are introducing me to like other people. They'll be like, "Oh, this is fulano de allá afuera, de allá
yeah.
afuera,
De allá
de
Yeah.
allá
afuera.
afuera." Like I'm
Yeah.
from fucking outer space or
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
No.
another
Yeah.
planet
Like
or something like
motherfucker.
that.
Like no,
Yeah,
just
that
introduce
Este
me.
fulano de allá
Why?
afuera.
Yeah. You look at him and you like, why don't you leave that part out? Like let's not stop
no,
saying
because
from
it's a
allá afuera.
cultural.
Yo, they treated look. When I went to Puerto Rico, right? No matter what town I went to, but I was talking to young kids like my age, not all the adults said this, but the younger dudes did. I told them, they said, Donde tú eres, right? Where you from? And I would say, de Massachusetts, de Boston. and they would go, ah,
Tú eres de allá afuera.
tú eres de Nueva York.
Yeah,
Tú
that's
eres
it.
de allá
Puerto
afuera.
Rican.
Or New York Rican. No matter
That's it.
what town I said, they would go, ah, tú eres de Nueva York.
Big-
They thought Boston was part of New York.
No, the whole East Coast. Like you come from the whole East
It didn't
Coast.
matter
no, East
what I
Coast,
said.
you're New Rican. That's
You're
it.
a New York Rican. Yeah.
That's
So,
it.
yeah, and
That's
then
the culture over there. That's how we
yo,
get
I got in
raised
so
over there.
much trouble, right? Because the girls liked me. They giggled when they found out that I was from out there, but the boys hated me.
Oh yeah, because
They
you're coming
they
picking
were
up
like
our girls.
they thought that I
We
was
can go and
better
pick
than
your
them.
girls, but you cannot come to the island and pick.
No,
our.
they thought I was
don't
better
know.
than them. I never said I was better than them. They just assumed. They were like, oh, porque tú te crees que tú eres de allá, que
Yeah,
ya tú eres
because
un
they
gran
fed.
cosa. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm
They
like,
fed
bro,
so much
no,
lies.
right?
You don't
But
know.
the
I get in these chats and I fight with these young kids. Like, bro, no, you're wrong. That's a lie.
yo,
No,
but the
that's
women
crazy.
love me
Hell
out
yeah.
there. They
It's like me
loved
when I come here to the state.
what? They wanted to
They
hear
hear
me
like
talk
Hey,
English.
hey,
the
Yo,
Diego, yo entiendo. I understand what they mean when they say, from out there, meaning like from out of the island. I get
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
it just, when you
It
say
sounds
it, it
like,
just sounds
yeah,
like you're from another planet. No, él
like
es de allá
another planet.
afuera.
de
De
allá
allá
Yeah,
afuera.
afuera.
yeah.
Like,
Instead of saying you're from the state, we say de allá afuera.
Yo,
Because
you
it's
want to know
island
one of
shit.
the most interesting conversations I ever had with a girl in Puerto Rico? You want to know what it was about? By the way, yeah, yeah, it got me into the next phase, into the room, but it was a conversation about snow.
Yeah. Oh yes, yes. No.
Snow.
God. Oh
She asked me, "What does snow feel like?"
yes.
Right, and
That was
and
my.
and she wanted me to explain to her
I
what
hate it, man.
snow was like.
Yeah, we don't know because we're
Yeah, and
eternal
I was
summer.
like, yeah, like she said, yeah, people try to take like the ice out of the refrigerator and put it in my hand, but she was like, it's not like that. It's not the real thing. She was like, how does that feel like when you see it comes down? Is what is it?
So weird.
And I'm trying to explain to her what a snowflake looks like. Like there's no two snowflakes. All snowflakes are unique. No two
Yep.
looks alike.
I learned
You
that
know,
shit too over here.
right?
The
And
small
like,
one, the big one, the middle one,
yeah,
the
like
round ones.
it was a
My
fucking
God,
conversation about snow. You know what I'm saying? I got a
Edwin.
kiss. I got a kiss. You know what
Hell
I'm
yeah,
saying?
Edwin. If you
Yo,
cannot believe it, till to this day, every time it's a snowstorm or whatever, I'm in the window watching it like it's the first. So I'm mesmerized
it's
because I
fucking
never have
right.
it.
Like,
I
like,
never
like,
grew up with that,
yeah.
fuck
So for
that. Y'all could
me,
keep
I
that
hate
code.
it. I
Yo
hate
me
it.
quedo calientito.
My
Yeah.
my little sister was raised on the island in Puerto Rico. She didn't come to America. My sister didn't come to America until she was like 13. She lived her whole childhood in Puerto Rico straight. She didn't speak no English. My little sister, she didn't speak no English, nothing. And when she finally came to America, we was in Massachusetts. We was living on Woodland Street, and I remember the first time it snowed. My sister was outside with no jacket on, with no gloves, just out there like this,
I
like
did
like
that. I
like
did
she's
that.
seen some an amazing world event. She was
I
so
did that.
mesmerized, right? But Endito, she came upstairs and her little hands were frozen
Oh,
and she didn't
Edwin.
understand it. She didn't
Oh,
understand why
Edwin.
her hands were so cold. And she was like, oh, she was crying. And
That's
we were
funny.
cracking up. Me and my brothers, we were cracking up. We were like, Evie, you can't pick up the snow with no gloves, right?
Stop,
So she's
please.
over here like trying to like, yo, that it was so funny. And
Bro.
me and my brother are looking at each other like, yo, this is crazy. She looks borderline like, what are the neighbors gonna say? Like,
Bro.
yeah, like what would we keep her in the basement all these years or something? She doesn't know what snow is, right?
Yes.
We're like
That was
standing there
me.
like,
You're explaining that about your sister, and that was
oh,
me the
it
first
was
time I saw snow.
hilarious. It was
I stretch my
hilarious.
hand and I want to feel it all over my body and stuff. Even with the how you know say the one that come like rocks, like ice balls from the sky. Instead of being snow, it's just a ice ball. How you call
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah,
Granizo.
yeah,
Granizo
yeah.
is how I call it. Yo, I got hit by that shit because I want to feel the granizo. you know,
Yo, it's crazy.
I
Anyway,
can
let's get
tell
back to
you.
boxing, guys.
Yeah.
So, Frontline, can you do me a favor? Can you catch up on the chats?
Ooh. Let me go back here.
Yeah, yeah. Catch up on these chats. Let's interact with these people. Let's see what they saying.
So I'll go back to Talman. Talman says Shingo Inoue should be considered Trainer of the Year 2025,
Yes,
but
sir.
nobody says anything about his training regimen. He puts his undisputed champion through.
Yep.
Mr.
I
Miyagi
agree.
says too true, and getting Tacoma back to being world champion.
That's
Diego
true.
says, "What are your thoughts? What are you guys' thoughts about Nick Ball versus Figueroa?"
Ooh,
Tough fight. Tough fight.
nice fight.
I think Figueroa can beat Nick Ball.
Yeah,
I think he can pull it off. I think he has the ability to pull it off. I think that their fighting styles cater each other. Neither of them take a step backwards. Both of them want to fight close. Nick Ball got short arms. He's a power. He's just a little muscle coming forward, right? If Nick Ball catches Brandon Figueroa, he can hurt Brandon. But I think if the fight goes on, accumulation of damage round by round. I think Brandon can break down Nick Ball, and I think he can put him away later. I saw that TJ Doheny, another tall fighter, gave Nick Ball a lot of problems with the moving and everything. Brandon doesn't really fight like that with a mover, but Brandon's gonna throw a high volume of punches and it's gonna force Nick Ball to throw and keep up with him round by round. I think he's gonna gas out little Nick Ball, and I think he's gonna put him away late. Yeah.
Talman says your new setup looks good, brother.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. I
Thank
like
you.
the
Uh,
brick wall, that brick stuff that you did in the bag and stuff. Oh,
Yeah,
and the
that shit is
belt.
dope,
I
right?
love that you
Like
have
that.
it in, the
Thank
WBC,
you.
WBO. I look awesome.
Yeah.
154 is stacked, says Captain Howdy. It's a step up fight for both of them. He's talking about Morataya and Andy Cruz. Talman says, replies to Mr. Miyagi, yes, bro. Having two sons as champions must be very humbling for Shingo. Um, Diego says, when we talked about the Cuban fighters, he said the problem is that the good promoters get them late. That's why they have a late late start.
Not the
Diego says Two Tone runs to TikTok after the fight to make fun of the loser that to poison our sport. Captain says Chavez Senior lost and he never lost fan base. It depends who they lose to. Diego says nice screen, bro. Captain, people in Puerto Rico are doing the same thing with Matias. I'm assuming he's talking about turning their back on him. Um, Girls Run the World says they are never satisfied and don't keep the same energy for their favorite fighters. When Tyson went to jail, Macho Camacho was the face of boxing, says Captain. Girls Run the World says the Puerto Rican hate is real. We support everyone else. When it comes to us, they happy to see us lose. And when we win, they still negative. Diego says, bro, there was no border war with Mexico in the 40s. Mexicans were always out here legally since we literally side by side.
okay.
Black Diamond says Humble Park. Diego says de afuera de la isla, bro. That no, okay. It's like Mexico, we say del otro lado. That makes sense. Del otro lado is de la
Yeah.
pared, the wall. That makes sense. Diego says round one looks like a Spain soldier got mixed in his bloodline somewhere. Dank Father says salute.
Damn right. You're
Pesci.
damn right. I say I'm a conquistador from
Tell them,
España.
Edwin. Tell them.
He, Dank Father says Pesci salute.
What you motherfuckers haven't called me that in about a year, and he had to fuck up the rhythm and bring it and say it. Ah, I haven't
And
been
then he
called that in
also
a long
says
time.
Hall wins. Figueroa's over the hill now. I don't think Figueroa's over the hill. I think the like I don't like you said. I think the volume of punches that he throws will overwhelm Ball. But on the same token, if Ball catches him, Who knows how Figueroa will react to a
Right,
punch?
right. And then you saw Figueroa lose to Stephen Kubo Fulton in their second rematch, and he fought Stephen different. Even Stephen said, had he fought me like he fought me in the first fight, it would have been a better fight. But Stephen was like, Figueroa was trying new things, and he really didn't find his new fighting style of the way he was going to approach it. And even Scooter said, you were better off fighting me the first way you fought me. You know what I'm saying? You tried too many things in our second fight. So let's see if Brandon's figured it all out, and let's see what he does against Nick Ball. But
Diego, yes, he said no. Edwin, he said no, bro. Spain kind of helped Puerto Rico, didn't they? Yes, they did.
brother, hold up. I don't want to give you a history lesson here. I don't want to do that. I want to talk boxing, right? But you do know that the Puerto Rican bloodline consists of three things: Black African, Spaniard, and Taino Indian. Now, in order, we are the second youngest ethnic group to evolve in the world, the second youngest. There was only one more besides us, and that completes the cycle of fucking all the races that are here in the world. You have to understand that Puerto Ricans were supposed to be mulatto, but instead of be calling mulatto, we called ourselves Boricua, right? Brave
Let them
lords.
know, Edwin. Let them
Now,
know.
now, there have been many people on the island that have died and spilled blood over this conversation when it was deem us as a society. Puerto Rico on the island, when they were sheltered off from the rest of the world, there were only three ethnic people on that planet on their planet, so to speak, because they were basically then they felt like that was the only place in the world. All they could see is water around them, right? Okay.
Yep.
So eventually, a Spaniard said, I'm Spain. And a black dude said, I'm African. And a Taino said, I'm a Taino Indian. And you know what the chief said? You are no longer African. You are no longer a Spaniard. And you're no longer a Taino Indian. What are we then? We are all Boricua. And we will be named as one. We will not be labeled here as different. And throughout the years, they killed racism. My grandmother looks like a Spaniard. My sister looks like a Taino Indian woman. And my uncle looks Teo Moreno, like a black. And we
Yep.
didn't see colors. My aunt had blonde hair, blue eyes. And my uncle was black as hell with an afro. And we loved each other. Not until we were introduced to the American ways that they put a label on us, Hispanic, Puerto Rico, and
Yep.
introduced us to everybody else. They reinvented, they put back racism back into my people that
Pero
didn't
mira,
see none of that.
yeah, you're
So
right.
when
But
you see
Edwin,
a
boxing.
Puerto Rican man, you're gonna see him and he's gonna look different. He's gonna look like a Spaniard. He's gonna look because it depends what more side your family could have taken. That's why your sisters are gonna look like Pocahontas, and your
Oh,
uncles are gonna look like fucking Sabria Matias.
Edwin, I got three nephews, right? I got one blondie with blue eyes. I got another
Yeah,
niece
we
that is like mulata with like green
yeah,
or purple eyes, and then I got another niece from the same sister. I'm telling you, the same sister, the same father. She
yeah.
got the same father.
It's
She
in
got
our
three
blood.
different freaking kids, three
Right,
different skin colors, eye colors, and it's the same mother and same
right.
father.
They were
So yes,
people, there are people that made this by spilling blood. I can't come in 2026 because I came with a bright idea to turn around and say, you know what? Let me change your heritage just because I can talk as a human. Okay? The people that set this way is what made the standard. They bled for the island. They fought for the name. Who am I sitting here on my couch and say, now I turn around and go, no, then either you're half black, half Spaniard. No, that's a
no, no.
human, once again, thinking they have way delusions of grandeur.
Yep.
People think just because they can say it that it should be so. No, they bled and fought for the rights to be called Boricua. I wasn't on that island when the war was taking place or the discussion was taking place or who we were as a person. No, we came this far. This is what we are in our bloodline. We're not mutts.
No,
We're not mulatto. We're Boricua.
that's
And,
it.
and and for some dude to turn around and be like, no, well then you're half this, you're half that.
Yeah,
No, take your opinion as you got no say. Did you fight for that name? Did you
nope,
help create the race? Were
nope.
you there on the day when did you say, then shut the fuck up? You
Pero
got
mira,
no power. Things
Edwin,
have been established and that's the way they are. Unless
Edwin.
you come up with a movement and start your own fucking thing and change it, well, then I'll try to consider what you're saying.
Yep,
But if it's just an opinion, you can rub that shit on your chest. We've come too far.
yep. Pero mira, Edwin, you know what I think some fans in Puerto Rico, like say, oh, they are throwing mud to Subriel and stuff because was a little group over there. We call it the Zurdos in the chat because it's that group that cannot see another Puerto Rican success or see him like hit greatness without the help of the machinery or always is that little group that always gonna hit. But if we let them be loud, they're gonna be loud. If we don't
Yeah.
even pay attention, because Subier fans actually are in the States and stuff like that all over the
Yeah.
world.
No, so
So
Matthias obviously, you know what I'm saying? I love that the fan base, some people might have turned on him or whatever,
Hey,
but the
Edwin,
majority
Ramirez
of
says
them,
to drop the link.
the majority of them, I'll drop it. The majority of them, they support Subriel. You know what
hell
I'm
yeah,
saying? He
it's
came
always
up
small
short.
group.
You know that shit happens, bro. You
This is
win.
boxing.
It's boxing. You win some, you lose some. You know what I'm
One
saying? My
punch can
man,
change it all.
yeah,
One
my
punch can
man
change
came
it
up
all.
short. You know that's all. That's all. You know what I'm saying? And you, motherfucker, bro. You know what? Oh yeah, I could probably drop it. This thing is acting up. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube link. I'm gonna try to drop it there
I
because
get it.
my restream is not. Yeah, let me do it in the YouTube. I can drop it there now. It's
But
coming. It's right there.
espérate, porque me sale. Let me see the titles. Okay, the IB. Okay, WBC. You put so you think WBA is on top of the WBO, Edwin? I know IBF is in the bottom. Like I know
No,
WBC is
no,
on
no,
top,
no, no. You got it wrong. It's WBC, IBF, WBO, WBA.
but you got it in your bag. You got WBC, WBA,
Oh,
WBO,
I
and
didn't
then
care what
IBF. I
order
thought
I
I
did.
thought I thought you put it in order of how
No, no,
they,
no, no.
they
If I was to put it in order, WBA be at the top.
you think WBA be on top over WBC
No, I don't
in
think I know because the WBA is the original belt.
but who right now is more prestige?
No, Prestige is WBC. That's why they're on top right now
That's
with
that's the
Naoya
reason I'm
Inoue.
saying in
Yeah,
prestigious.
yeah, 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 yeah. I didn't put it in order in that sense. I actually was when I was looking at it, I was putting the biggest belt to the
Okay,
medium like that to the smallest
okay,
like
okay,
that.
okay,
That's
okay,
how I
okay.
was doing it. So and then when I sat down, I enjoyed the fact that the IBF was close to me
I
because
love the
champions like
IBF.
Felix Trinidad, Puerto
IBF.
Rican fighters like Matias,
Sab Judah.
that's the belt they went after was the IBF
Yeah.
because they catered to both sides of the street and they actually gave every fighter an opportunity to get a crack. So a lot of Puerto Rican fighters went after it because they were straight up to work with, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now the most bougie belt is the WBC. That's the Rolls Royce of belts. And
Okay.
the reason why Naoya Inoue is up there because he is currently the only fighter that has all four belts.
I cannot see it. Like when the camera shot and stuff, I see till the WBC, nothing else on top. Round one,
Oh,
talk, everything. But
oh yeah,
over the
you're gonna have to flip your phone or something or some shit
no, I got
because
the computer. I'm telling you, your camera shot. How you put your camera only allow me to see till the WBC is the top.
yeah, you can't see the
They know on top. No,
you can't. How about the lightsaber?
I see what said round one sport talk. I can see the graphic of the shark and the stuff. I see
Here, check it out,
Mayweather.
check it out, check it out, check it out. Look at it. Look at the screen. What do you see?
No,
Now
I
I
just
can
said,
see the
hey,
lightsaber and
Edwin,
all.
real quick, check your
You
cash
see?
app. Piece the guy said he sent you something.
Really?
Check your cash app.
Piece the guy. Oh, yo, my man, piece the guy. Where the hell are you?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Perfect.
No move it. You're
No
perfect.
move right there, right there, right there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Perfect, perfect. All right,
yeah.
all right, all right, all right. All right.
I like the flag over here. I watch your whole background. I do that. You know, I'm a
Thanks,
person that
man.
got
I
that
work
stuff.
hard on that, man. A lot of people supported the channel. A lot of people like Mr. Miyagi. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you how much that dude supported and helped. And I just saved up. I just kept saving up. And then when it was time to make the move to do the background and to step up to the next game, man, it was a lot of help from a lot of my subscribers. It was my wife put in money, my family, I did, all of us. But I really truly couldn't do it without you guys' support, man. Because the support that you guys are giving back to me, from the cash apps to the super chats, man. I don't know what channels you guys support, but do you see these guys giving back to what you support? And
The
it
same
also,
crappy ass background
yeah,
in the
but
same.
it doesn't. I'm not competing, but the fact that they show up every day, that you can give them support in that, because it gives them incentive to show up every day. That's
I
good enough, right? But
I
I
see their
also,
investment traveling to the
right,
fights
right,
and
right, right,
stuff
right.
like
So
that.
what they spend the money on, I'm not downing nobody for what they do it, but I feel like I can give you a better product. And if you're sending me something, I'm going to invest it in us. I'm just going to invest it in us, whether it be better sound, better mic, getting to a fight, better something for you to watch better. I'm just constantly showing that this is what I do. I'm not just taking the money and buying a gold chain, or, going and taking my wife out to eat or anything like that. I got my own money. I could do that by myself. But that's why I value what you guys support. You keep motivating me, because when I hear all the stories from my wife and my family and different, I told them I was going to do this in the beginning. They thought I was crazy. She thought I was wasting my time.
Yeah.
There's nothing here. Oh, I see my man back there. I see you. Salute. I'm bringing you up now. I got you. So, my wife thought I was crazy.
Yep.
And everybody didn't believe in this. So really, shout out to the people that like supported the brand. Salute, brother.
For sure.
Speak the truth. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, my brother. Blessed to solid, blessed to be alive, another day, another blessing. Real talk. What we talking about today? What's going on?
We was talking about the two topics, the two fights, the Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur, and Keyshawn Davis versus Jermaine Ortiz. And who do you
Mm,
see winning in the fight, the where and why?
okay, with the Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson, I feel like that fight is gonna. I don't know. I actually see that fight. I see Teo edging Shakur, but I feel like it'll end up. They'll call it a draw. I feel like that fight will be a draw. No
Okay.
lie.
Oh yeah?
And as
Wow.
far
Didn't
as
Wow.
the
expect that.
Me
huh?
neither. Me neither.
Wow.
I don't expect that. That was good.
Nah, but I can see the logic behind it. But
Well,
wow.
because honestly, Tio got skills, man. A lot of people underestimated it, but also let's not forget. And I'm not saying like, oh, okay, fighters get help all the time from their promotional company, but Shakur is basically like a ring ambassador. There's a lot of influence with Eddie and the ring and then Turkey out the sheet. You feel me? Shakur is basically their guy, and that's the guy to make next fight. So a lot of people riding on him to win this fight, to be honest. So it's like you kind of wouldn't want to blemish by giving him an L, and then people don't. You feel me? People start shitting on him and say he was nothing. The regular old. So I kind of see that fight as a draw. Cause Shakur is nice though. Don't get me wrong. That ain't gonna be no pushover fight. But I do got Teo edging him just at least 7-5, 7-5, 7-5.
Okay.
And with Teo, I mean with Jermaine and Keyshawn. Keyshawn. I tend to go back and look at some of Keyshawn's fight. Like with the guys he stopped before, like a Yege or Gustavo Lemos and what's this guy name? The
Hey,
one he won
speak
the
the
belt over.
truth. Speak the
Very
truth. Give
tough.
me 1 second. Yo, shout out to Darian. Became a member, undisputed world champion level.
Darian the Barbarian?
No, Darren Barboa.
Thank you,
Barboa?
Shout out.
Darren.
I think that's Darian the Barbarian.
Salute to him. Salute to him. But yeah, like I was saying, that fight, I feel like Jermaine it may be a bit of a handful for Keyshawn, but I give it to Keyshawn.
Okay.
Like he'll definitely face adversity in the fight. This fight ain't gonna be just Keyshawn way or him knocking him out. If he really think he knocking him out, he got another thing coming. Tell you he's not knocking him out. But Keyshawn is gonna apply a lot of pressure and show us why he's one of the top guys for sure. Like I could see him doing that, you know. But I could also
I
see
wish.
Jermaine. You know, Jermaine ain't no pushover. He's gonna fight back.
Oh,
But I just feel Jermaine is just like I don't know his momentum. His momentum right now is more on Keyshawn to me. The momentum Keyshawn got.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, it seems that way. Yeah.
so you think because Jermaine Ortiz have knocked down the last two guys he faced, and Keyshawn, his last fight was what Lemos, and then he missed that
Yeah.
fight because he didn't did away whatever happened that night. So he got longer time without being in the ring too.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
long
but
time.
Keyshawn
My
had a
bad.
better stage
No,
than
no,
Hey,
Jermaine
I know, but
Ortiz.
I
real,
wanted to
real
know
quick,
what he
guys,
thinks.
real quick. Shout out to Darren with the $20 super chat. He said, "What's good,
Oof.
round one? I heard you couldn't make Border Wars in Orlando with
Yeah,
me,
that's
but it's cool. Yup, Darren the Barbarian.
listen. Okay, wait a minute. Everybody, just stop right there. To my boy Darian the Barbarian, bro, you are a motherfucking G, bro. I fucking respect you, right? I know I couldn't make Border Wars, and they had offered me the fight with you, and I had to kind of like downplay you on TVV to keep pushing the fight with OC the Boss. But I always said it, like, you know what I'm saying, that it would be a great fight with me and you. And I would always love to share the ring with you, my man, because I think that you gave a great account of yourself, to be truthful, and I know that you would push me in a fight. And you're good. So I think that it would have been, and I just want to let you know that I was fucking with you on the day on TVV because you got to understand, I wanted that get back with fucking OC. So I wasn't trying to hear the fight with you. You know what I'm saying? I was just like trying to make talk you down like light work because I needed OC to stay with me in the fight because I knew I punched OC and he felt it in that fight. Then OC opted out. He wanted to fight somebody else. So I'm just letting you know, Darren, I take you um like serious and I respect you, bro. You know what I mean? I just wanted to let you know that, you know what I mean? And we might get our day. We might get our day, but
Nah,
um
fuck that. If that's a potential opponent, we gotta talk our shit. Yo,
nah,
Darren, what up? Let's get
yeah,
it cracking. Let's
Yeah, you
go."
see, this is why we. I fuck with
they,
round one. I show
yo,
Let's
respect.
do this shit.
yeah, no, but I just, you know what I'm saying?
Last
I
night.
I don't know how to be fake, bro. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is, man. That's it. You know what I mean? And Darian, yo, you okay with me, brother? You okay with me? Anyway, keep let's catch up to the rest of the super chats
Yo, shout
and
out to
everything
Darren. He
else.
just sent out gifts to 5 people.
Nice.
He gifted 5 memberships for
5
pound for
memberships.
pound.
Yo,
That's what's
Damn,
up.
that's
bro.
what's up.
What's up?
That's what's up.
With that
That's
Hey.
Darren
what's
the
up.
Barbarian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool,
See?
cool, cool.
Cool guy. I told you. I told you he's a cool dude, man. So is there any more chats we need to read out or
We got Diego says no hate, bro. Love how you rep Puerto Rico.
thank
I
you.
guess when you went on your little rant, he didn't
Uh
mean it that way. He was just talking about
yeah. But people can take his little rant and shit like that and run with it too. So I gotta do it. Yo, low nose boxing. What it do, my dude, man? What it
What's
do?
going on, bro?
yo,
Hey, yo,
no glazing teal today.
hey,
No glazing
hold on.
teal.
Stop. He's an advocate. We don't jump people here. Let me ask you, who do you got in the fight versus Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson? Who do you got, low nose boxing?
I got Teo Primo Lopez shocking the world. He's gonna beat Shakur Stevenson, and he's gonna show that he's the best Latino fighter in boxing right now. And after he beats Shakur, he's gonna be top three pound for pound.
All right.
He's the only Latin fighter that I've seen since Hector Camacho. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
He's the only Latino fighter since Camacho that has every attribute that a black fighter has and
Yep.
more. And he's gonna beat a lot of them. And we gotta be real in boxing, not to make it racial. The African American fighters are the most elite fighters in boxing. That's why Roberto Duran is the best Latino because he beat a Mount Rushmore black fighter. See if was fighting in the era where you got guys like Shakur, guys like Devin. Guys like hopefully Tank whenever he comes back. Guys like Ennis, all these guys. If Teo beats most of these guys or all of them, we're looking at probably the greatest Latino fighter of all time. But he has to do it. He has
Well,
to do it.
well,
But
well,
also
well.
as well, bro, if all of them end up fighting each other as well, like a Teo, like a Shakur, like a Devin, like a Tank, they would all end up Hall of Famers if they end up fighting each other again.
Well,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
see. In order for Tio to go down as the greatest Latin fighter, he would have a horrendous achievements to try to beat, because when you
Word.
got fighters like Julio Cesar Chavez that went 90 plus fights fucking undefeated, you got
Yes,
fighters like Felix Trinidad that made
Yeah, Tito
19
Trinidad.
yeah, Felix Trinidad that made 19 title defenses, and you also got fighters
Fredo
like
Douglas,
Wilfredo Gomez that in his professional career he went
17 knockouts straight as a champion. I know
as
all
a
that.
champion. Yeah,
Mind
he
you,
went.
and at
That's a
the
lot of
age of
glass
18
covered.
becoming champion.
No,
And
no,
That's
that
a
was
lot of glass
Benitez.
covered.
oh, I mean
That was
Benita, Wilfredo
Benitez, and
Benitez.
it wasn't 18, it was 17.
Or
Yeah,
That's a
because
seventeen.
lot
you
of
know
glass.
who won the
The youngest
IPF at
champion ever.
18?
Yeah, so Tio can't go
Osad
down as
Judah.
that,
No.
but he can definitely do some shit for us.
Either way,
He
what
probably
I'm
could go
saying is
down as
that
the greatest Honduras fighter.
Yeah,
yeah,
that could be a possibility.
no, he already is that. But what I will say is this:
I'm not sure he's that.
there is none. There is no round one. There is no Honduras fighters.
Honduras fighter that I gotta look that shit
Listen,
up, bro. Anybody can
but
help me with that? Who's the greatest Honduras fighter? Google that shit.
what I will say
Keep
this
going.
What I will say this is that I know
Really, I
I'm
don't
already,
remember any.
I'm talking a little reckless right now because it's early in his career.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is he has the generation around him to do that. He has the fighters around him to do that. Because one thing at the end of the day, every great Latino fighter has been maybe a couple of slick black fighters that we can lead, right? Durant being one that was legendary. Because at the end of the day, that's the cream of the cream. You got to do that. You got to check that box. Canelo couldn't check that box. He beat some good ones, but he couldn't beat Floyd. He couldn't beat Bud, right? Chavez beat Melvin Taylor, right? We talking about great ones. Melvin Taylor is what he is, but he's not Mount Rushmore or a legend, right? Cotto beat Mosley, a great one, right? He beat Trinidad beat Purnell past his prime, but he beat Purnell. If Tio can get these guys right now, based on Tio's trajectory, and I don't want to sound like a glazer, but I don't give a fuck because everybody
Yo,
else
you know
talking
what's
about
funny,
it.
brother? Like from
Hold
everything
on.
you saying too, from everything you
He's
saying
fighting
too.
guys in the prime.
All
The difference
my bad.
Yo, my man.
he's fighting
Los
guys.
Nose Boxing. I'm sorry, but Ricardo Mayorga might be the greatest Honduras boxing there is.
No,
He's
but
not Honduran. He's Nicaragua.
no, he's Nicaragua.
Is he?
Yes, he's the greatest
Okay,
Nicaragua
yeah,
fighter.
Then
Nicaragua.
why the fuck
Nicaragua,
does he
man.
got the flag behind him?
That's Nicaragua
It
flag.
looks, it looks simple,
No, that's a
bro.
Honduras
No,
flag.
no, it's not. It looks
Honduras and
simple.
Nicaragua, I think, got same
Nah, for
colors.
Lord knows boxing.
Oh,
What
is that what it is?
Lord knows boxing. What I was saying was,
Yeah.
you see, I'm glad you said it. Like, I'm glad you said all those guys that you said, because all those guys that you said, they all have lost on their record, and that shows that lows don't define you. So I'm glad you
Let
said
me tell
all
you
those
something right
guys you
now.
said they all
And I'm
have
glad.
losses.
And let me tell you
All of them.
something, right? When we look at legacies, right, we look at wins, we look at resumes, we look at accolades. Another factor that we have to play
That
into
looks
it
like the
is
flag.
another factor that we have to play into it is overcoming adversity. There's nothing wrong with losing. There's something wrong with not bouncing back. When you're able to bounce back
Word.
from losses, because let's look at Durant, right? Durant took bad losses. He quit against Leonard. He got put to sleep against Hearns. But the fact that he was able to bounce back and beat
Yeah.
guys, he
Yo,
beat
but
David
Yeah,
low,
the
Shaw.
but low,
country
low, low, low,
behind.
low. I gotta stop you. I was looking up that little fucking to see who is the greatest Honduras, and I let you talk for a little while. But low, man, there's one thing that I believe you need to do, and I had to do it too. You gotta stop comparing the fighters of today with the guys and the fighting styles of yesterday, because you keep saying that the American Six style is the best fighting style. That might have been 30 years ago. We're in an era now
I didn't
where
say that's not
that
about him.
other countries are getting American coaching, and
Facts.
the field is starting to be a bit more even.
Yeah.
Where that it's not like when we see the only reason why the American slick style is better is because they were leaps, years, and decades ahead of everybody else. They were
Given the
just
passing
ahead of the
style
curve.
football has.
And that happens with
mira, like
everything, with
Puerto
basketball,
Rico.
with
So,
baseball,
once you
everything.
start getting these other guys that kind of training and you start to get them up an even playing field, you can see that Japan started rocking. Right,
No,
once
What
you
are you talking
started
about?
giving them and they started understand, and then Mexico started doing their thing,
no,
Puerto
yeah,
Round
Rico,
because
and
if you
one,
put the
round
the
American
field,
style
it's a lot, it's not
versus
like it used to be.
no,
Now,
no, because ahora, if you
round
keep
one,
putting the American style against the classic Mexican come forward style, of course, gonna look way better and stuff. And you say, damn, you're schooling him. But when you put it against other styles of boxing different than that,
wrong,
don't
wrong.
look the
Wait,
same.
Malasa, you almost had it. When you put the American style against the old traditional
Yeah.
Mexican style,
Uh-huh.
usually the American style will win 8 out of 10 times, and the Mexican would win two.
Yep.
But when you put that American style against the Americanized Mexican boxer, that's a different boxer.
Yep.
Bam Bam Rodriguez, Virgil Ortiz, that is American
And you got
Mexican fighting.
you got Puerto Ricans knowing how to cut the
That's a
rear,
Ryan
different
how to
Garcia,
cut
style.
the
That's a
exit.
different style of
Yeah.
fighting.
Yeah,
Ryan
and
Garcia
another,
too.
That
espérate one
that
second, because he
times
said
are
one thing that
changing.
a lot of fans do and stuff, and he's diminished the victory because he said
Right.
Pernell Whitaker was in the end of his career with two losses, and the only two
Well,
losses was against
okay.
Julio Cesar Chavez and De La Hoya, you know,
But
and
what
you
I'm
will not.
saying, yeah, but look. I'm not taking actual events or moments in fighting.
No.
What I'm saying is evolution.
Yep.
Evolution in boxing, the way the Mexican style started to translate through boxing. They recognized that whatever the Americans were doing, they understood something. So they had to adapt. There is a new style of a Mexican fighting. It's taking over Mexican boxing. Even
And
Canelo Alvarez, even though he wants to play the traditional Mexican fighting, he
he
had
has the
to
head
had
movement,
to adapt.
the
Yes,
head movement.
because he saw how Floyd Mayweather put it on him.
Yep.
Now, I've always said this: they're never gonna catch American boxing. No. So I think we need to draw a line in the sand and start over with belts, because I
And it's
put
not
this up I put this up on my screen. The next closest country to us, they're down like 300 and something belts. That would take 100 years to catch us. You're
well,
not going to
it is
catch
what it is.
American boxing. You're not.
round one,
Well,
round one,
neither the Puerto
real
Rican.
quick, real quick.
But
What I
check
meant to
this
say
out,
is this,
buddy.
real quick, hold on. I understand that boxing's more diverse now. We got the
Yes, a
Eastern
lot
Europeans,
more.
we got the Japanese, we got
The
the
UK,
all that. But what I'm saying is, for the most part, the ones that reign the longest are the Americans. Like, let's take a look at the landscape of the last few
yeah,
pound for
but
pound fights.
low. You know what's going to happen with your
But you know
argument, right?
why?
Low, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you know what's going to happen, right? Some UK guy out of Brit is going to interrupt the show and jump in and say, if you say that for the most part we reign supreme, why you guys haven't controlled the heavyweight division in the last 25 years?
Or more.
I'm
And
gonna
Mm.
So
say this
don't do
right,
that to us, Low.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
do
because
that
they
to
facts.
us.
because they
I,
low their weight class four division and
I'm
then come
talking
on,
I
about
oh,
the
he won
understand
four
the
division
situation and the
champion.
problem. I'm very familiar with it.
I'm
But
talking about the glamour division.
Lowe's crazy's talking reckless right
And
now.
more, the
No.
American
Round
style
one.
fighting against the same American style
I'm
and
talking
don't
about the
let
glamour
another
division,
people from
bro.
the world compete over here. Of course, it's gonna make you look like you're superior, but no, because it's not copying the American style. What I need to do is know how to cut the ring, cut the
Yeah.
exit, and don't let him move because he feel uncomfortable in the front foot. He don't like to get hit, so that is gonna be easier for me to control.
But
That's the
I'm
reason
talking
why
about the glamour
Sulier
division,
controls
bro.
so
Let
many rings.
Malasa,
Hey,
let Lloyd
let's
talk. Let
let's get
Lloyd
one
talk, and
person at
then
a time.
and
One
then we're
person
gonna
at a
let the
time.
other gentleman talk right at the
Round,
low. Go.
round one. I'm talking about the glamour division. No due respect, you're absolutely right as far as the heavyweight division. But I'm talking about the glamour division. I'm talking about the 147s.
Okay, you need to
Right now,
state that though. You need to state that,
141.
brother.
I got you. The one right now, even though 147 is kind of quiet, but you gotta still consider 147, 130. 135. Those are the most talented divisions because you got the speed of the smaller fighters. Gracias. And
Yep.
you got the power of the bigger fighters. That's why I consider those the glamour divisions, and I've always been a fan of those. Because when we look at those divisions, that's not mine, sir.
Right.
Those are the divisions I'm talking right now. I'm at my side right now. Those are the divisions that produce the Chavez, the
Yep.
Fennels, the Trinidad,
The
the
glamour
Durant,
divisions.
all those guys. So that's more what I'm a fan of. But as far as the heavyweight division, it's very disappointing what it turned out to be. But what I will say, one of the greatest heavyweights for me, top three, top three heavyweight, it's Lennox Lewis. A lot of people say I'm crazy for that. When you look at
Yeah.
Lennox Lewis'
No,
resume,
you're
right?
not. You're
Yeah.
not.
Look.
I don't gotta name it all. You can look at it for yourself. Lennox Lewis competed and dominated two eras, right? He dominated the early 90s and the late 90s. But when I'm
Yo.
talking about the glamour divisions, the slick black fighters are the ones that dominate those divisions
All
that I
right.
mentioned. And
All
the
right.
only
All
ones
right.
that have been able to hold it down is guys like Chavez, guys like Canelo. And right now, Teofimo has all the physical attributes, even though he hasn't done it yet because his career's not over. He has the physical attributes out of all the Latino fighters to do everything that the slick black American fighter can
Well,
do. That's
let me
Yo,
break
okay,
Nah,
it.
take it.
Tio,
Wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
no,
be
no, no, no,
honest.
no, no, no. Let my other guys
I got
talk.
you.
We've all talked. My
Yes,
man,
you're
go
right.
ahead.
You're right. My bad. My bad.
Yo, you there? What's his name?
I'm here, Lord. I'm here.
All right.
What's up?
No, 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 not you, Lo. The dude above you. What's his name? Frontline.
State
Yeah, I
the
only see
truth.
STT.
Huh? Oh,
STT.
Oh, now it's out.
Oh, he left. Damn. I was trying to let him talk and shit like that, but he's back. Hold on. What happened here? He's back. I got him. Speak the truth. That's
you
his
can
name.
hear me?
Speak the truth. Yeah, I got you. I
You can
got you
hear me,
now.
brother?
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
I don't know. Something was wrong with the camera and stuff.
All right.
All right. Nah, but damn, what were we just talking about right now? My bad.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. Lo was talking about
I was gonna say
the
something.
American champions being the best champions, and I was trying to tell him about the glamour divisions, and then I was also reminding him that um regardless of anything, the heavyweight championship is the most prestigious belt in all of boxing.
Yep.
And if you own the heavyweight championship of the world, you guys are the king of boxing.
Yep.
And the reason why you're the king of boxing is because although we have glamour divisions in the weight divisions, the glamour divisions consist of 130, 135, 140, 147, and
Below what?
sometimes
68.
150, 154, and 160 sometimes, like in the Marvelous Hagler days, but
Mm-hmm.
those days are over with.
Yeah.
So those are usually the glamour divisions. But the reason why the heavyweight championship is the best belt in all of boxing,
Let them
tell
know.
Naoya Inoue to beat up Usyk. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll be
Right.
right here. Tell Terrence Crawford to beat up Usyk. I'll be right here. I'll
Right.
be right here.
And
That's why it's the best belt
that's
in
that.
all of boxing.
My bad.
Because you're the heavyweight champion of the world. Okay? Mayweather cannot beat up fucking Mike Tyson. It's not going to happen. He'd get his neck ripped right off his shoulders.
Right.
So it is the most prestigious. So when you own that for the last 25 years, I respect my American fighters because I think we're more skilled than the heavyweight champion. I don't know if I'll get too much pushback off of that, but the heavyweight champion of the world he is who he is, and that belt must stay prestigious. That is it. So it's tough when it comes to that, but respectfully so throughout all the divisions, all the champions in the world have proven to be rightfully so champions, and we play at a much higher level, and we pay the ultimate price because the heavyweight champion of the world doesn't cut weight. He doesn't have to deal with weight cuts and being dehydrated. He plays by a different set of rules. Everybody else that cuts weight, we pay the ultimate price. We go through brain damage and punch stuff. Heavyweight champions usually don't experience that unless they really got their heads punched in
Yeah.
brutal matches like Tommy Morris. If you took
Those punches
ass
up there.
whoopings, like Tommy Morris, if you get knocked out like that, that's gonna take shit off your life like that. Okay. But
Baby Tua. Oof.
we pay the ultimate price, the lower weight divisions. We cut weight. So we play at a higher risk.
And
You know?
And
Edwin,
funny,
oh,
funny thing. I just found out yesterday. I didn't know Pac-Man had Oscar on a rehydration clause. It made him come down to a weight.
Oh yeah, baby. Come on.
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oscar was too big. The real Oscar De La Hoya was too big for Manny Pacquiao at the time. The only way they could have beat Oscar first, Freddie
was
Roach is no
huge.
fool. You can
Yeah.
hear in Las Vegas the nightlife that Oscar was having.
Oh
The
yeah.
call girls, they all talk. The
Trinidad and De La
pictures that
Hoya
they
the
took
same
of him,
size.
they knew he was going through a rough patch in his life. It was a good time to attack him. Bernal Hopkins knew the right time to attack Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya was probably the week before the fight and with prostitutes in some hotel
Shit.
room doing the worst. He didn't fight
Yeah.
electrifying golden boy coming into the sport. Now that was a different fighter. That's why Oscar's who he
5'11"
is.
in
He didn't beat
130
that
pounds.
version of Oscar De La Hoya. No, he didn't.
Nah,
But
well,
you know what Top Rank did to us? They tried to replicate another De La Hoya in all these kids. They tried to replicate another Mayweather. They don't let them have their own style, and
nah,
that
nah.
style be
No.
the one who cultivate us.
If
Top
I could
Rank.
say something, brother, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was you right on that, but then I feel like the fighters are at fault as well because they the one that try to. You hear Shakur. I'm the next Floyd. I'm the next Sugar
Yeah,
Ray. Why you
they
can't
put
be the
their
next?
own
They
pressure
beat
on
them.
themselves.
You see
Idiots.
how Bud Crawford beat when they try to compare him to somebody to be like, no, the next Terrence Crawford. Cut
I'm
that
the
out.
next 10. Right.
Yeah.
He didn't allow the media to allow them to back them in a corner because technically, right, a lot of these fighters put their own foot inside of their mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um,
And
I
they
didn't
start
mind.
kids.
I didn't
Remember.
mind. Wait, excuse me, bro. I didn't mind watching Tank Davis fight these guys and knock these guys out. It was exciting. What changed everything for all of us as soon as he started saying, I'm the best and you're not
Yup.
better than me.
Or
That's
you a
what fucked
bum.
it up because now you had to prove it. As soon
Word.
as all you had to do was keep knocking people out, going, yup, knock them out, blah, blah, blah. It's okay. But the minute you start to say, I'm better than all, it was okay to see Jake Paul fighting these gimmick fights. He started saying he can beat Saul Canelo Alvarez and Tank Davis. We were like, whoa, like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. And then, what I'm saying? So a lot of these, and then the fighter says, why you guys are all turning on me? Why, Shakur? Because we weren't the ones that were saying you can beat Devin Haney. You were.
Word.
Why didn't
And
you
that,
take the fight?
mind you, and that's
You
I
see,
ain't
if
gonna
you never said that, we couldn't say he hold you to your words.
100%.
It's
Not
the
real right.
fighter
The media too.
sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, the fighters open their mouths, and sometimes the media and what these guys fed them. Listen to De La Hoya. He was selling dreams to Virgil Ortiz. Oh no, but I can get you this fight, and you cannot get me none of them. I got this fight right here, right now with Boots Ennis, and it's a good fight, can sell, and it's gonna elevate my career if I win. If I'm Virgil Ortiz,
Did
I
you
see this
see
shit like,
the
bro, Boots
reaction?
Ennis
Did you see? Hey yo, Malasa, did you see what Oscar put out
No, I
to?
don't. I don't. I let you guys, the guys who do that and break the videos, do it
Hold
because
up,
I
I'm gonna get
cannot
it. I'm gonna
watch
get it.
him.
I'm gonna put it up. We're gonna watch it
Dale,
together.
dale,
All right,
dale.
keep talking. Keep
But
what's
the,
his name? Speak the truth.
Oh yeah,
but
brother.
one more thing,
Yep.
and remember, they fed us because the 135 to 147 used to be to feed the boxers who go in the middle of the court. For the heavyweights at the end was the main event, right? So you have this lower class to feed up the core, and you see all this fast action, and then you get the main event that was the heavyweight. Now, Top Rank, what they did, they want to give us more De La Hoyas and more Floyds, 4 or 5 division champions, I don't know, and all the bullshit, winning one title and defend it is awesome if you can do it in 2 divisions. But that's special. But now they want to make that stuff so common. Like, oh, any boxer can do 4 division and win all the titles. Like, no, not everybody. I'm beating the champion by one. In the lower class, you can do it little fast because the competition is lower class, is more fast, so it's different. But doing in 7 fights, start
Right.
fighting championship is really hard. But it's different. You cannot replicate that in the 140 pounds, 147, 130 because it's more guys. They're bigger, stronger. It's more difficult, right?
All right, all right.
So
Give me a second. Give me a second here, guys.
what the
This
heavyweights
is
do?
this is the
Shit.
interview with Fight Hub TV. Shout out to Fight Hub TV for putting out this interview. This is the rebuttal from Oscar De La Hoya to what Virgil Ortiz and his lawyer put out the lawsuit. Hopefully, you guys can hear this, and let me know if you can hear this right now, right off the back. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you
Yeah.
hear
Hey
it?
guys, we have a fight here in Palm
Perfect,
Desert
perfect.
tonight, but I wanted to update you because you know I only speak the facts, which smokes the lies out and irritates others who are not telling the truth. So yesterday we sent a legal letter over to Virgil's manager, Rick Meridian, demanding he stops interfering with the Boots Virgil negotiations. And of course, this morning we wake up and here's a lawsuit from Virgil Ortiz claiming he wants out of his Golden Boy contract. I mean, this is the same Virgil who told Ring Magazine, 2 months ago, that he couldn't be happier at Golden Boy. So what happened since then? Virgil's team hired a new attorney who is also Canelo's attorney. The same guy who sued to get Canelo out of his Golden Boy contract. Does that sound fishy to you? But this is all Rick Meridian's agenda. I was just trying to make more money for my fighter.
Yeah,
A
right.
60-40. I believe he deserves it.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you want out of your contract? It just proves your agenda, Rick. Look, Virgil and his father are really nice people who don't deserve to be in the middle of Rick's bullshit. Virgil just wants to fight and not deal with the drama. Because I know him. He's a fighter. Look, and if the Saudis want to buy the fight, trust me, they will buy it. I just finished making a deal with them for Ryan Garcia versus Barrios next month. Look, they don't choose their favorite promoter. They choose the best fights to put on. And look, it's unfortunate that anyone can file a lawsuit in America without basis or facts, simply for the optics. But that's what this is. And whoever's going to interfere with our existing contract with Virgil Ortiz, we will take aggressive action against you. Yeah. He is not a free agent. And we will prove that. Yeah. And by the way, if you hate clapback, you're likely the topic of the week. And you're the problem in boxing.
No, you are.
Look at this. You hear what he says? You guys are the problem in boxing. You're what's wrong with boxing. You hear this shit?
He is.
If you don't mind me saying, Ron, I feel like that's the problem, though. You feel me? The promoters and the managers, it's messing with the fighters and the fights that they could have. That's, you feel me? Elevate. To be honest, I don't really care much for Boots and Virgil. I'd rather see like a Xander and Virgil because there's a belt involved. You feel me? It's two guys that's already been tested. Well, yeah, they both been tested. Bro just became a champion, and I feel like that fight would be way bigger. Like just the Boots fight, no belts involved, no legacy. It's just like, you feel me? Yeah, Boots, he won the ring, but it's like.
But at least Boots and his
I'd rather see Xander, bro. Like
I know, but
I'm not even trying to be biased because I'm Dominican.
Oscar don't understand that. Even with one title, remember, listen. Oscar, Sander got one title until Virgil. Okay, let's fight. I get 7 and you get 30. No, Oscar is saying because he fought these two guys, one that dropped him and the other one that got 11 fight and lost to Crawford. That is his greatest fight in his life.
Yeah,
he want to sell us that he's better. No, he got better contenders. Like what? He got a title. What you mean he's a better contender? Boots Ennis already was a champion in 147 and at least got a freaking interim title.
I got a call, I got a call.
Right.
¿Tú me entiendes? But Oscar tried to sell us this. make the fights, make him champion, at least put a title in his waist, and then try to sell it. But don't try to sell me this old guy because he's now 29, like eternal prospect or eternal contender. Like, bro,
All
come
right.
on. Let's
All
make
I
the
know,
fights. Let's make the money. The next fight, you make more money. Then no. But he wanna be so greedy that every single time he wanna grab everything and don't give
all right,
nothing
right.
to boxing. Those are the
And
shitty promoters that
that's
want
what
to
they
take
need at the
everything
end of
Goes
and give
Underwood.
nothing back.
Right. Facts round one.
telling you.
Thank
Yo,
you.
once
I thought Garcia versus Barrio was a PBC and a GM co-promotion. Turkey ain't got nothing to do with it. Um, what else? That's not the promoter's fault. What styles are developing by what style what? Yeah, styles are
all I know,
Developed
man,
by
developed by
trainers.
trainers. The dude what
Morrison.
Morrison. I can't read the one underneath because on my
Me neither.
setup, the
Let me see.
line,
Let
the
me see.
round one blocks it. So, and I don't know
Yeah.
how, it's not giving me the feature to scroll them, but at least I
he
wanted to
Frontline.
said
throw some of you guys
Frontline
up
que
there.
sabe.
he said that's not the promoter's fault. Stars are developed by trainers.
Right.
But yeah, your brother Xander fight get made with Virgil. Saga, yo, I'm gonna be there, Boricua. My Dominican ass, I'm in there,
Oh,
Boricua.
yeah? You going to
I'm
be there for that one?
claro, papi. I'm gonna
That's
be
what's
there.
up,
Hell
man.
yeah, bro. Even if I gotta fly, you
Yo,
feel me? I'm from New
yo,
York, but I'll
that
make
that
it.
that fight, man, you know, it's gonna be a good thing because like Frontline brought up, it's gonna be the first Puerto Rican champion fight that could be possibly, if he wins, he'll be the first one to unify
And
on the island in Puerto Rico.
I want to see him do big. You feel me?
Yeah, man.
We
I
need
hope he has a big year, man.
And now he can't.
Oh,
He
me too.
literally got everything. Charisma. He got the charisma. He could articulate himself. He knows he's very well knows how to represent himself. As far as he got, for me,
Mm-hmm.
he's a good looking man, no homo, and he could
Mm-hmm.
fight. And he
Yeah,
could box this. I
absolutely.
ain't gonna lie, he could box. I ain't gonna lie, he could box.
Yeah.
He could box. But shit, man, that Haney fight. If he thinks to coming out trying to get that WBO, I don't know. If he think it could come up and get that easy, because I'm hearing talking about that Haney might try to go up to
He
54.
crazy. Nah, he better stay exactly where his
Shit,
ass is. Yeah,
He's
147, bro.
man,
hunting
nigga
the bag,
move, and
hunting
he could
who is
crack.
the fighter that bring the crowd, and he can bring so much crowd if just finish the fight.
Did you
You
just
know?
say? Oh, wait! Stop! Just rule on it. Stop. Did you just say Jerron Boots Ennis versus Devin Haney? Who said
No,
that?
no, 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 no.
Yo,
I saw somebody. I heard somebody saying because actually that would be a great fight.
Yeah, that would bring
That
people.
would be a
Yeah.
great fight because if anybody can give like okay, out of all the villains, right? Teofimo Lopez, when he was threatening to fight Jerome Booth, we were like, yeah, Teo, go ahead, because we wanted to see Jerome Booth Ennis bust his ass, to tell you the truth, because of all the shit he was saying. I didn't believe that Teo can beat Jerron Booth Ennis at 154. Hell no, right? I don't think so.
No,
Right.
no,
But out of all
no
the
way.
guys that were in the lower weight divisions coming up, actually, um, I don't buy into the fact that Devin's pillow fisted. I think just he's not a knockout artist, but I think the kid could crack. Stylistically, fighting, I think that would be an interesting fight if Devin Haney ever tried to challenge. Jerron Boots Ennis is bigger. I think he might be able to bang with, but it would be interesting. That would be interesting. Yes, I
that
would like
definitely.
that better. Kind of like the better, well, because Teo brings more to the equation, but yeah, stylistically though,
But let me ask you a question, round
that
one,
would
though.
be interesting.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Do you feel Tio would have lost to Jerron because he's smaller than him, or because he's not as skillful
No,
as him?
no, no, no. I think Teo would lose to Jerron because he would be baited in. Okay, the difference between any other fighter that ever fought from Teo, they fight out of the high guard. They fight like this. The problem with Jerron, when he starts flowing, he drops his hands. He's so fast and so quick, you can't judge whether he's coming lefty or righty. You're watching his shoulders, and he can become a rhythm fighter. Once Jerron Boots Ennis starts finding angles and he's hitting you with his hands by his wayside, Teo's gonna have a way difficult time reading his punches. Teo can read you when you're coming forward, when you're fighting off the high guard, when you're fighting typical. When Steve Claggett threw a punch. No, I think it was actually Campos. No. I'm sorry. It was that kid. What's his name? The one that Ryan beat. Teo did a combination with a through a jab. Teo punched his bicep, made his arm come up short. It came up this close to him,
I saw
and
that.
Teo went snap like that.
Oh, was so
That's what
awesome.
happens when you're fighting Teo in the high guard and you're in front of him. Jerron Boots Ennis is going to style on him. He's going to drop his hands. Teo is going to be lost. He's not going to be able to make a read. Teo doesn't fight good enough, well enough with guys that move anyway. And Jerron Boots Ennis' angles is going to make Teo look real bad, in my opinion.
Nah, but
He's
Just
gonna
the size.
he's gonna catch Teo with one of those shots where he cuts angles and goes boom, and he's
Nah,
gonna
that's
catch
The size.
like
but
that.
but that's the thing. You remember a lot of the fights he don't look good against boxers. Remember, because he has to come in and he 9 times out of 10
He's
he always
short
with the shorter
already.
reach. The shorter reach, you know, you gotta come in. You gotta come in.
Right.
You
He
have to
beat
come
Josh Taylor out of the high guard. He beat Loma out of the high guard.
But in that
Teo
fight,
and
Teo
them,
was a
yes, he
counter
fights. I don't doubt that he steps up in better competition. It seems like we get a different version. Great, that's awesome. But the people that gave Teo the most fits, look at how Jermaine Ortiz started dropping his
Well,
hands,
Nah,
and
real
he
shit.
started dropping his hands and going like this. Teo was lost.
Power.
And he was trying to chase him around and like follow. And Jermaine started dropping his hands. Jermaine got out of the high guard. He went like this.
Well,
You
nah,
can't make the read.
that's a
Teo
fact.
has difficult reading that. Jerron Boots Ennis. When I say styles make fights, I'm studying these fighters' style. And I'm
100%.
telling you, Teo's not going to do good against Jerron. No, he would not.
Nah, and
How
I agree with you on
many
that.
140
He
pounds
won't.
Teo stop yet? You know? So he's a 154 man, you know, so he's bigger and been there for a minute. Like Teo coming from 140 to 154. And he's not the size too. I actually see it for
But not only
everything.
that, but I see what Ron is saying, because that fight with Josh Taylor, he's right. The style that Josh Taylor fought, that come forward style, he try to bully to you.
Yeah.
Teo is a great counterpuncher. He was just
And he's a
counterpunching.
better back foot fighter.
Yeah, he's a better back foot fighter than a front foot fighter, to be honest.
Right. So Josh Taylor actually catered into Teo's boxing, and Teo shined.
Uh-huh.
You got him to do if any in a boxing match, if you ever see Teofimo Lopez doing the Fortnite dance in front of you, you're having a bad night because Teo's shining on you, right? Okay.
All right.
So when he didn't do the Fortnite dance against George Camboza, and he didn't do the Fortnite dance, you know, and with the Sando Martin, you know, he was taking out a rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And his adaptability, and you know where that comes into play? Coaching.
Yeah.
Teo's a remarkable talent. He's gotten this far on talent,
On
but
talent,
he's never really had
coaching.
real good coaching onto his talent. He would have been
Yep.
a remarkable
Nah,
fighter.
round one, I ain't gonna lie, you a beast. You definitely be. That's
Yo,
a fact.
listen, and that's what he's missing in his fight, man.
100%.
Yeah. He's
Like a
too
Brian
toxic.
Noman. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I fuck with Brian Noman, but I feel like
Yeah,
at least another coach added. I'm not saying replace his dad, because you feel me? He did
Right.
good. His dad did good. He got
Right.
to that point. But you need another set
but
of
I
Next
kids.
took you as far as you can go, son. If I
Yeah.
love you as a father, right? It's tough. This is a tough decision. But if I have your best interest at heart, son, I've already taken you as far as you can go. You need to get world-class coaching. It's a
Right.
tough
Next
thing to do
level.
as a father, to let go of the steering wheel. I get it. I'm not saying every dad can do it, but that's the right move.
Yo, Ron,
So
you need
you
to
have
come
to
to New
do the
York, bro.
hard
You
way.
need to do something in New York, gang. You need to do something
Yo,
in New
gang,
York,
I was
bro.
out in New York in the
Yeah.
press conference for Jake Paul and Tank Davis. Y'all saw
Oh.
me up there
Oh,
shining
yeah. Nah, we
Yeah.
did say
in all my
that,
glory.
but you know
Hell
that,
yeah.
You know that shit was somewhere else though. They said New York, but that shit was somewhere. That shit was in our boroughs like Manhattan and Bronx and shit.
Nah, that shit was in downtown fucking Manhattan.
You sure?
I went to the thing. I went to it. It was a little like venue right off right there. The Port Authority was right there. I crossed the street. I went down like 2 blocks and it was right there.
Nah, you're right. I'm thinking of the Shakur and the Belanga.
That's not in there. Yeah, that was. And then the Supreme Matias, I was in New York on the tennis court. I was out there with Boogie. Yo, all the Boricuas is in the building. Yeah, that's when we fought. Your people was in there against Alberto Puello. Y'all had a section rocking, baby. Yo.
You know, at the end, be all love. You feel me? It's the fight game, but at the end, it's all love. Man. It's all love. You feel me?
No, yeah, hell yeah. It's love. We love boxing, you know.
What you mean? What you mean? Listen, in baseball, I can't spell baseball without Dominican, you know, with Puerto Rico. That rivalry, baby. Oh my God.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like Puerto Rico.
I respect my rivals. Bro, what if y'all felt like I say this all the time to my brother. I say, because we New York Yankee fans, right? But we live in Boston, we get some shit sometimes, right? All the time, right? And I say to the Boston fans, I say, I love you guys. Why? What would baseball be without if you guys left? What would be the rival against Boston and New York? You guys are just as valuable as us. I need you. Respect your rivalry.
Damn, I'm smoking right now, but that just made me think deep right now. I'm like, damn, there's always something to divide. There's always gonna be something to try to divide the people into unity. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love the sport.
I'm smoking right now, so I thought a little bit deeper.
Yeah, they're always trying to, like, you know what I mean? And me, when the Dominicans, I was like, yo, those are our brothers, our brethren, our cousins. Like, fuck that. I said, we rock with them. I go, sometimes we gotta get a little divide, but when Carlos Adames is fighting, when the brothers La Bazooka, Henry Cedeno brothers, yo, I fuck with them dudes. They've been on my show.
Was gonna be
I rock with them, bro. Rohan Polanco, he's been on my show. Like, I rock with them.
Keith Colon, you should bring
that's
him.
my dude, Keith Colon. You know
stuff. You
know what I'm
bring
saying?
him over here, man. I love his freaking eyes, his demeanor. His determination.
He's got the look, the charisma, the personality to go all the way to superstar status. Okay. You know, he just got to stay the course. You got to win these fights. You got to keep your nose clean. And anybody that's close to him, no me lo dañe. No me lo dañe. You think you're showing him a good time? Yo, stay in the party. Go with this girl. Drink this. Smoke that. No, you're not showing him a good time. Send them home. Send them home. Send them home. Protect them. In the hood, yo, block them like a shield. You know how we do with our fighters. Anyway, where I'm from, Jose Rivera would walk from the boys club all the way home with no problem, because anybody in the hood, we all knew if we heard somebody fuck with our fighter, bro, you're gonna get jumped. You're gonna get rocked.
You won't get violated.
You're gonna get rocked, because he had like a force field, whether he knew it or not. He was our star from our city. You know what I'm saying? Don't come fucking with our star. So just like in New York, if you guys are close to Keith Colon, bro, protect him. And if you got to protect him from afar, don't let him know it. Fuck it. But rock with him. You know what I'm saying? Because these fighters can't do it by themselves. They really can't.
Imagine, look what Orengo did with Subriel Matias, bringing out from a freaking jail and shit and federal problems. And look where he brought him to main event in New York City. Imagine what he can do with Keith Colon.
And I'm super proud of Subriel.
I'm super proud of him.
I'm
super proud of Subriel, bro. Super proud of him. Super proud of him.
He tried his best. That's all we got.
What you did. And becoming here and main eventing, winning 2 world titles.
He got 2 world titles for us. Fuck that, bro.
Come on.
And then he defended the IBF, so he solidified as a champion. So he did good work for us. He did good work.
And he could still get a Pitbull fight. Like Pitbull, he could still fight a Pitbull. He could still fight.
Fuck around, they sleep on him. Fuck around, just like, look at, just, you know, shout out to Alberto Puello. Alberto Puello didn't have to fight Subriel Matias, but he wanted to challenge himself. You see what I'm saying? So Alberto Puello, gave him a shot. Fuck
Bro.
around somebody else and let these guys get Pitbull's head gassed up, and
Like
we fuck around and give Subriel a shot out of nowhere like they
Yeah,
did
woo!
last.
he
He could
was
be three
trouble.
times. You know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
Right?
yeah. What nigga? That's what it
Yeah,
is.
47, who knows? He can do a
yeah,
lot of shit for us. But the support is always gonna be there. But if you took Suriel from there and put it up here, imagine Keith Colon that you are young, everybody know you already. You Pacho,
yeah,
Orengo will take you to the next bro. That's
No,
the
no.
guy. For real.
yeah,
If you did that with Suriel Matias, imagine what he can do with a kid like Keith Colon.
yeah,
No, pero
yeah.
Shit.
cuídamelo, oigan, cuídamelo.
Yeah, me lo
Hell
cuida.
Hey,
yeah.
Yeah, man. And then the athlete gotta know not to like let everything get to his head, like I'm untouchable type thing, and nobody
No.
fuck with me. What you gotta do is just observe your surrounding and understand that the city or the community is letting you breathe in order for you to be successful. What you do with that is truly up to you, but you shouldn't abuse it because I know kids that were little superstars. They won their little, champion or region or golden glove. And just getting their name in the paper, they fucking lost their mind. They thought they could walk around the neighborhood and bag anybody's girl, and they got into a lot of problems,
disrespect.
and they stayed too long in the party, and they never left the party, and
Yeah.
their career never took off. So it's up to the fighter as well to do their part.
That's the
As we help these fighters, you gotta kind of like, and Keith Cologne, he comes off as a young man. He's still in college. He's still trying to get a degree in something, so there's life after boxing, or if anything tragic was to happen, God forbid. But he's a smart kid. So that's why I say, man, if I can get the
yo.
message out there to the people that's closest to him, no me lo dañe.
Literally, how you said, I want like that's exactly. Literally, you just spoke my life right there. Literally, I'm 27 now, right? My birthday was on June, bro. I used to play baseball. Nice, coming out of high school. Already had a scholarship to a good college. I was gonna go to Albany, New York, but I was already solidified everything. What I do, I'm over here in the summer partying, this, that, get a girl pregnant. Nah, baby. I love my daughter crazy. But you feel me? Things do happen that it's that little bubble that we be in our head that you feel me? Once that get bursted, you gotta sit there. Now you gotta reevaluate everything, and it's like you start seeing and maturing. Like, oh, okay. But you feel
Right.
me? That's
Hey
how.
yo,
You know
hey
how I
yo,
see Keith
And
hey
Colon,
we
yo.
from
Edwin?
New
Hold
York.
on, hold
You
on, hold
know
on,
the
Melasa.
lights.
Hold on, Melasa. Two things. What's up, Gemini brother? I'm also a June baby.
Yeah, June
Listen,
20th. Yes.
I'm the 14th, right? Check it out. And to my man here, right? You guys say that this dude is not a troll, TWSF. He gave himself a shout out. He's like, shout out to myself. Yo, this dude is
Oh my
crazy.
god.
Yo, he's crazy. Here you go,
No,
babe.
espérate. Oh, yeah. No, Kid Colon, I see it like my little nephews and stuff, and I'm so proud because he don't have this accent and stuff, because I struggle out here sometimes with my accent, the way I talk and whatever. Like Keith Colon talk like I wish I talk, my accent will sound like. So that's the little nephew that gonna represent me now when they interview and stuff. He don't need a translator or nothing. He's proud. He know where he come from. Like he say,
Yo, that's
mi
big.
boricua
That's
is
big.
not speaking Spanish. Se lo digo a mis hermanos boricuas que están a veces en el chat y todo y por ahí. Like boricua is not speaking Spanish only or born
Right.
in the island. No, it's how we carry
Carry
ourselves, how
ourselves,
we
right.
Hell yeah.
represent who we are. ¿Tú me entiendes? In
Yo,
every day
my
that we are out
grandmother,
there.
right?
And he do that, he do that. And that's
Check
why
this
I'm
out.
so
Wait,
like
wait, wait,
proud.
Malasa, check this out, right? Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I remember when you would visit my grandmother in New Jersey, right? And I come from the street, right? And I would get myself a low cut fade. What I would have to do is I would have to put on a hat so that she didn't see my fade. And then I would take all my earrings out. I take
Yeah.
all my jewelry off. I take my chain off. I put it in my pocket, and I
Yep.
I, I tuck in my pants, and I look presentable, and then I walk
Hell
into the
yeah.
house because I would hate when my grandmother would look at me and be like, "Te parece un títere, uno de esos
Yeah.
de la calle," right? And I would always like want her to be proud of me all the time because I would be in the
Real
car with
talk.
her. We'd be driving through New Jersey, and it'd be some Puerto Rican dude on the block, right, strung out on that diesel, right, and he's got a Puerto Rican hat on with a flag, and he's nodding out, and he's like this. And she says, "Look how he has our bandera,"
Yep.
pointing down,
Yep.
pointing down. Like she would like look, and she would always teach me the to never let them take your tongue away, to never be ashamed of who you are. Be pride, but not too prideful.
Word.
You can be pride, but at a time where, you know, uh, I grew up in an era where they were still telling us, don't speak Spanish, speak English, and that was common.
Yep.
I grew up in that era where that they were always trying to take our tongue away from us. And a lot of
You know.
Puerto Ricans that were Americanized, they did exactly that. They didn't pass on their kids, grew up Puerto Rican, but had no tongue. You
No
see?
accent. No
Because
accent.
they try to take that away from us, and that's
We
what it
struggle
was.
with
But
the
my
accent.
grandmother
Edwin,
was,
we struggle with the accent. That's why.
yeah,
¿Me entiendes?
my grandmother would do that. You know what I'm saying and shit, and like she would just always taught me how to be prideful in a good way, and she always like kind of like instilled that into me. Never allowed no one to make you feel less than. And one of the most important, don't let them change you. And that the rest of that lesson I was taught through life. Life taught
God
me
bless
that
him.
shit. Yeah,
God
life
bless him.
taught me
You need that.
don't let nobody change you. Meaning, I was raised in Boston, right? And everything I've seen through my life experiences, when I leave Boston, how does my Boston hold up against all other cities? Do I go over there? You ever be with an Asian person, they start talking, and for no reason, you start getting an accent and start talking kind of like him. And you're like, yo, just speak normal. He's changing you.
Yep.
He's changing you. When you go to
Yeah.
California and they got khakis on and they got these shoes, in a year, do you start looking like them? Do you adapt to them? Or
I
does
don't
where you
know the
came from,
language.
your upbringing holds up, where you don't change as a person? You understand? How does your upbringing, what did you learn? How did New York City build you? Do you go to Kentucky and in 6 months you're already talking like Kentucky people, dressing like them, fucking everything? Did your New York stand up? Is it strong? Can you leave and be yourself? Did
No,
you notice that about life? You
no,
see,
Yeah.
real
so
talk.
so me, look, it's not about being arrogant. It's not about being any of that or being trying to show that my Boston is out there. No, be yourself. Don't change in an environment. All of a sudden, you start talking, picking up slang from them, all this other stuff. No, if you were strong in your ways, they would start talking like you. If
Well,
you
Right.
were,
No, no,
if you stood on business, on you, what you learned in
no,
your
no.
life, you will not fold. That's why I learned that lesson, because for as gangster as I wanted to be on the street, when I ever got in a room with a bunch of dudes with ties, I shrank.
Yep.
I don't know why I shrank, because I'll smack the shit out of these dudes out of this building.
yeah.
You see
Suits.
what I'm saying? But when they intimidated me when I was trying to invest my money, because I came from a different, and then I had to learn that. Edwin, you just shrank in that room. Your Boston did not hold up in a room full of shirts and ties. And then I had to go check myself, get myself back together, and it didn't matter. We were equal in my eyes. I didn't get louder. I just got smarter. And I had to bring the tie down to my level. Wait a minute, you're just a man. You see what I'm saying? Let's talk business. I know how to negotiate. Life taught me that. But in
Or
some moments, you gotta back what you learn. You gotta be yourself. You gotta learn how to, you know what I'm saying? And life teaches me that.
you
Those are
know
my
that
life lessons.
that's funny because somebody even going to work the other day, somebody told me that it was like, yo, damn, I wish I was more like you when I was growing up because I used to be too uptight, trying to be tough, trying to be picking part. He grew up in Brooklyn, back then.
Yeah.
He's 50 now, so back then Brooklyn, you feel me? It was getting a little busy over there. So yeah, you feel me? As he was growing up, he
Yeah,
told me, you
yeah.
feel me? And where he was at, it made him away, and then he moved to Florida, and he's like, he's got people greeting him like good morning, this, that, being good to him. And he's like, what the fuck? I never experienced this before. And then he started changing his ways, and he started
Yeah,
learning.
your
You don't gotta
approach.
be so uptight. You gotta be.
No, you
You feel me?
don't.
That was literally
No,
yesterday. I tell you that, bro. So it's
that
crazy that you're
happened to me
saying
in
that.
Connecticut.
Yo, and that's the universe speaking to you, son.
Yeah,
Like going full circle. Like,
literally.
you
Yeah,
know, I don't know why how we got here in the conversation, but it has to be your energy,
Yeah,
and you
bro.
bring it because it might have been something that was on dawning
Crazy.
on you, and I helped you with that because
Nah, literally.
it's yo, man, at the end of the day, man, we gotta know this shit while we're going through life. We gotta start picking up on stuff and learning how to use that in our everyday life, what we
Nah,
experience.
it's
Just
no
stop
joke,
going
bro.
through it.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
definitely, I've been getting closer with God, like wanting to be more, just bring a calm. You feel me? And peace. You feel me? I like
Yeah, yeah.
that boxing and all that stuff. Yeah, you can go to the gym, work out, and all that. You feel me? But I try to
Nah,
be
that's
more
why I love
peace.
boxing.
So
That's
the
why I love
blessings,
boxing
you know.
because boxing is a sport, right?
Hmm.
That even under the most chaotic, a guy attacking you, you got to have your shit together.
Word.
You got to have your shit together. You can't panic under the most harshest stress. You got to flow,
Yeah.
and you got to be able to know how to deal with pressure, moments, how to will yourself to come back in a fight if you have to. Boxing brings a lot of elements
Yeah.
to boxing. There's a lot more than just throwing punches.
Yup.
Okay. And it's really it and it has a lot of
It
discipline.
teaches you.
Yes.
I
When
think they
when I
rub
was
that
boxing,
from
actually,
Florida.
when I was boxing, I was probably at my most dangerous as a fighter in my life. I was the most trained, the most focused, but I was the most dangerous and I was the most humble part.
Hmm.
That was the most humble part of my life. I walked around. I didn't have to act like a tough guy because I was a tough guy. I didn't. I led with a smile
Yeah.
because inside of me, I was like, bro, I will kick your ass, but I don't have to prove it
Yo, yeah.
because my coach tells me if you fight outside of this gym, you can't come back. Don't use what I taught you to be a bully. You use it if you have to defend yourself. So I was probably my most humble. Now, when I was out of shape, not working out, and I was going probably through the worst part of my life, and I was not the most dangerous, I thought I was a gangster. I thought I was the toughest person on the planet. Okay. I probably would have gassed out in 2 minutes at that time, right? But you couldn't tell me nothing. I had, as long as I had a gold chain, the best leather jacket money can buy, fucking a pair of glasses, and the best sneakers out, bro, I thought I was the best thing since sliced bread. Let me tell you, right? I probably would have got my ass kicked, but I had two twins on the side of me that prevented that because I wasn't shit. Okay. Okay. And it's just funny that when I was the most focused, the most dedicated, the most dangerous, I was the most humble. And that's the beauty about fighting.
Hmm.
That is the beauty about it because it allows you to be in tune with oneself.
That's a fact. Even that
You know,
even
I
when it
had to
comes to money.
pretend as a gangster, I had to pretend I was tough.
That's a fact.
As a fighter, I was tough. I no longer had to pretend I can live. Do you see?
Nah, 100%. You're right.
Oh,
Nah,
training to be the best and everything. Oh my God, that gives you so much joy, when you train for something and you
Yeah.
see the changes and you see how you get, and then you don't have to prove nothing to yourself
Right,
or to
right,
nobody. But when
right.
you are in those dark, because yeah, damn, damn. But
Nah, I speak
those
the
dark
truth.
times
Like,
you think you're tough and then you have
no,
to prove
I thought
yourself
I
that you
was.
are, and
Listen,
cabrón,
I
I think
thought I
oh,
was.
shit.
You couldn't tell me nothing. And let me tell you, looking back, bro,
Now
I should have got my ass kicked a lot of
Now I'm so
times.
happy working. Yeah, and I walk my dog, say hi to everybody. Good morning, good up, the
Yeah.
gringo style because I'm in
Yeah.
Connecticut up here, bunch of gringos. So, hey, good morning. How you doing, man? Yes, man. But whatever. All my neighbors love the shit out of me and stuff. But
Yeah, but
whatever.
I like living out here because when my daughter leaves her bike or whatever outside, I can
Yeah.
go out in the morning and it's still there.
Yeah, and
Go
still
ahead and
get
leave
it.
your bike outside in Jersey. Go ahead, I
Shit.
dare you.
Nah, yeah. No, no, Baba.
You still
That,
live in
That
Boston,
shit
round
be
one?
gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Every time I got had a bike, it lasted like 3 days, and somebody got me. Like somehow they climbed up on the porch or got around the fucking dog security. And fucking I went into a store for 2 minutes. Came out, it was gone. I was like, damn,
Mm.
yo. But out here, yo, if I was to go right now, take my 10 speed, I swear to God, they do this every day in the park I live in. Kids every day they leave their bike right on the baseball field flipped over, right? They leave, they come back the next day out of school, their bike is still there, they come pick it up and start riding, they
yeah.
leave it right there. I'm
Right here
looking
in
at these
Port.
kids like, man, listen, all them bikes would be gone.
Bro,
They
in the
be
soccer field
gone.
where I live, yeah, in summer, bicycles, have soccer balls, all kind of toys, and they come back the next day or later and pick it up, and that shit stay there for days,
It's beautiful
bro.
when it's like that,
Yeah,
man.
hell yeah.
But it's not like that everywhere else. But anyway, fight fans, I'm intrigued about these matchups we have coming up. We got some big fights coming up. We also got just before this card. Remember, we got the Morataya versus Andy Cruz fight coming up. That is for a world title. So I'm gonna be tuned in. I'm gonna be going live for that fight. I'm gonna be going live for the majority of the fights to end the month. You guys know I rock out with you. I apologize for falling asleep on us tomorrow. But the round one sports talk time is at 7:30. You can guarantee that every day at 7:30, I'm going to tune in here and we're going to talk boxing. Every now and then you'll see me on the morning. I'm going to alternate through going on TBV because I enjoy having going on there and shooting the shit with the guys. And then I'm also going to come back and give an hour or two on my platform. So here at Round One Sports Talk, we are starting off the new year right. We're we rocking out with a new setup, and we got a lot of boxing in 2026. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on today. It's always been my pleasure. Everybody in the chat that participated, shout out to um what's his name? Dan the Barbarian,
Then the
gifting
barbarian, yeah.
5 membership. Yo, thank you, my brother. Thank you. Shout out to Mr. Miyagi and shout out to everybody that sent super chats in the chat today.
Right.
Thank you for supporting the brand and shout out to Peace the God for the Cash App. I received that. Thank you for everybody that's supporting. And thank you for everybody that is a member. And thank you for everybody that subscribed to the channel. Gentlemen, it's been my pleasure. I'm going to wrap this up.
Yo, round one.
Yes.
Consistency, bro. Consistency,
Yes.
bro.
The main
Consistency,
event,
That
bro.
is,
Edwin, round
yes.
one.
Consistency, bro. You're gonna be that guy. You that guy. You already know one is only one round one. So consistency, bro.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's
All right,
that's the
bro.
key, baby. Yo,
Yeah.
I'll see you guys back here. You can
Oh,
guarantee tomorrow night, 7:30, and we will meet back here at Round One Sports Talk. But I want you guys to have a blessed night out there. Get home safe. And get home safe from here from me to you. And I will see you tomorrow. I'm on to the next one after this one here at Round One Sports Talk. You guys have been the best. Peace. Good.